have been chairman. Specially invited guests, Ms. Malia Johnson, deaf advocate, deaf interpreter, CEO of 2 leading interpreting agencies in Orlando, Florida, nationally certified interpreter, Andrea Person, since the year 1997, serving in that very special role. To you, my fellow interpreters visiting from Trinidad, St. Vincent, to you, the global audience who would be sharing in this most historic moment via the internet, as is done through streaming. Local fellow interpreters, my fellow deaf colleagues, a very warm, sunshiny good morning. Welcome to this very important and most historic moment, the workshop, Working with Interpreters, Know Your Rights. To start with these proceedings, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our honored guest, Mr. Christopher Sanrolini. Mr. Sanrolini, we do await your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend him your eyes.
Good morning to everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. I always am fond of recalling something important that I learned when I came to Barbados. Very often when I ask anybody from Barbados, how are you today, they might answer, I'm blessed. And that's a beautiful way of looking at life, and that's something that I've definitely learned in Barbados. And thank you for the beautiful introduction. I want to thank our hosts for giving me the opportunity to be here. And would like to also say that I had the great pleasure yesterday of sitting down at a meeting in our embassy with some of the same people who are here today, with Senator Eichel, with Malia, and many of the others who are here this morning. So it's my honor and my pleasure to see you. I have a few brief remarks I would like to share with you. I do want to recognize, of course, the Honorable Senator Carrie-Ann Eichel, Mr. Lionel Smith, Malia Johnson. I want to recognize the General Manager here, Alvin Janaka, the Davie South Winds, and again all of our colleagues that I had the pleasure to meet yesterday. Please let me know if I'm not clear in anything that I'm saying. I understand that the New Life Deaf Club and the Barbados Council for the Disabled recently organized an insightful public forum on the importance of interpreters. I'm very happy that today's workshop is being streamed on webcastcaribbean.com so that it can reach interpreters and other interested listeners or readers on multiple islands, especially that it can get out to the deaf community. I want to commend the New Life Deaf Club and the Barbados Council for the Disabled for their efforts to educate and empower the hearing impaired in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean through this week's activities. The United States shares your desire to promote and protect the rights of people with disabilities, both in the United States, here in the Eastern Caribbean, and throughout the world. People with disabilities should expect to have the same rights as all others, to non-discrimination, to access, equality of opportunity, inclusion, and full participation in society. President Obama believes that our country does best when everyone gets a fair chance, does their fair share, plays by the same rules. That is a fundamental principle underlying United States policies toward people with disabilities and the international principles that many nations around the world support. In the State Department in the United States, my employer, we have a a special advisor for international disability rights. That special advisor is working with the Secretary of State to include the rights of all people with disabilities in all the diplomatic and program initiatives of the State Department. Our embassies across the world protect and promote those rights, and we will continue to connect governments with expertise and technical assistance that they need to empower civil society and better advocate for people with disabilities. Last year, our embassy in Bridgetown supported the work of an American Fulbright specialist, Professor Vicki Spencer, a special education expert from George Mason University in Virginia. She came to Barbados for 2 weeks and visited more than a dozen schools with special needs units or that otherwise try to provide special education. Professor Spencer helped to tailor their programs for children with special needs to make them more effective and comprehensive. Our former Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, said that all people everywhere have the right to live productive lives, free from discrimination, and with equal access to opportunities everywhere, including people with disabilities. Embassy Bridgetown is committed to promoting these rights, and we look forward to supporting similar initiatives in the future and to working with you. Let me add to my prepared remarks, if I may, to say a couple of personal things. As I said to Senator Eichel yesterday, in my own family in the United States, I have a cousin who's committed to working with the disabled and has founded a company to do just that, and he's been very successful in the Chicago area where I come from. And I was reminded of that and his commitment, and how much when I first began talking to him, I began to realize how little I knew about the world that he was working in. He's not himself deaf or otherwise disabled, but he's very committed to working with everybody he can to try to make restaurants, public buildings, and utility companies, every kind of place of business more accessible to anybody who has any kind of disability. I know that you all are here to talk today about interpreters. In my line of work as a diplomat, I'm very conscious of the importance of interpreters. I depend on them all the time, not here in Barbados, but in other countries where I've lived, in Israel, in India, in Slovakia, in Italy, and elsewhere. We're also very conscious of the distinctions between translating and interpreting, and I know that you all will address some of the distinctions about being deaf interpreters. So let me only say you have my deep respect for what you do, because interpreting is more than a matter of translating language. It really means cultural interpretation. It means bringing across facial expressions or body language. It brings across the nuances that may be existing in the speaker's language that have to be brought out for the listener who may not have a similar cultural reference. This is critical to our work. We have to be good listeners, and we know that you all here in the audience are very conscious of the need of what I'm talking about, to pay close attention to what one person is trying to convey so that you can convey it to others. President Obama, when he was running for office, famously said that we don't have a red America or a blue America. He was talking about the colors associated with political parties in the United States. His point was that we are all one people. We are one nation. We are all citizens. And that's a lesson that I would apply here as well, that one of the fundamental points he was making is that when we make distinctions between different kinds of people, sometimes those distinctions are important, but it can also be a danger. It can lead us to thinking in terms of us versus them. If we start to discriminate based on the color of someone's skin, or their gender, or their their religious beliefs, their ethnic origins, their language, their appearance, their age, their abilities, it's a slippery slope. It's dangerous to start to learn about what you all faced. That's part of our work as diplomats, is to be conscious of who we're talking to, where you are coming from, what you face. And we need to remember that we are all one people, that we are all citizens, and again, emphasize that both personally and as a representative of my government, that I want to help break down the barriers of discrimination. Our embassy will be delighted to continue working with you all to support equal access and understanding. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm looking forward to the Senator's remarks and the other presentations. Thank you very much.
Mr. Samuini, we express our heartfelt gratitude to you for that rousing welcome. We appreciate your welcoming remarks. The opening ceremony continues with the feature address to be delivered by Her Honor Senator Carrie Ann Eiffel. Madam President, we keenly await your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her your undivided attention.
Mr. Sangiolini, Deputy Chief of Mission for the U.S. Embassy here in Barbados. Mr. Alvin Gemmitt, Manager of Divi South Winds. President of New Life Deaf Club, soon to be known as the Deaf Barbados, Inc. Visitors from outside of Barbados, Maria Johnson, her interpreter Andrea Crossland, other visitors, ladies and gentlemen, both present and streaming, good morning. It is a pleasure and a privilege today to address the opening ceremony for International Week of the Deaf's workshop, Interpreters Know Your Rights. It is extremely important that we have come together this morning to work on this topic. Helen Keller once said that kindness is the language that the blind can see and the deaf can hear. We always expect people to demonstrate kindness, willingness, and warmness towards us. But in our quest to be equal citizens within our societies, it is the barrier of communication that challenges our deaf community most grievously. It is the barrier of communication that makes others think they cannot employ the deaf. It is the barrier of communication that makes others believe that the deaf are so different from themselves. It is the barrier of communication that encourages others to think that the deaf cannot enjoy education, entertainment, sporting activities, and other things in life. It is therefore important that we remove these barriers of communication, helping others to understand that yes, we may speak different, and yes, we may express ourselves in a different manner, but we have the right and the ability to participate in all aspects of Barbadian life and of life in any part of the world in which we choose to settle. As a person living with a disability, I know personally the difficulties and the challenges that we often encounter. But today, I do not want to dwell on all of the negatives. We know them. We live them every day. I wish to turn instead our attention to the positives. It is fortuitous that we have the presence of the U.S. Embassy this morning. And in his remarks, Mr. Sangiolini made reference to President Obama's long-stated belief that all people are equal and that the society benefits from the influence and inclusion of all its citizens. It was with a sense of great joy earlier this year that I read that among his members of staff, President Obama recently hired the services of a deaf woman, a lawyer. It was even more gratifying to learn that, like me, like you, she is a West Indian of Jamaica. This is something for which we all can be proud. It is a beacon to which all deaf in Barbados and beyond can look to and use it as a source to draw ourselves towards. To understand that that is the level to which we can rise when we are provided with adequate opportunities. The relationship between the deaf and their interpreter is a special bond. As a person who's blind, I've often had the misfortune of being addressed by persons in the society, and they choose to talk to the sighted person with me as though I can no longer speak for myself. Even more frustrating then must it be for deaf persons to try to communicate with others who constantly say, I don't understand you. Having the interpreter present gives you the opportunity to effectively communicate and explain to others, this is what I want. This is what I'm experiencing. These are the difficulties with which I am living. We've often been underappreciated and underestimated. Today, let us start by marking a change in our lives. The interpreters present here today have chosen to be a part of our community of persons with disabilities. I therefore address them directly. Working with persons with disabilities is not easy. It is not something that I'm sure none of you undertook lightly. There are several other places, several other jobs, several other activities in which you could be engaged. But you have chosen to be the voice for persons who are considered voiceless. You've been considered to be the conduit to give them understanding. Recognize the importance of your role. It is not your duty to soften the harsh realities of life. It is not your responsibility to change the world. It is your responsibility to assist that the deaf understand the world in which they live and that they share effectively. To my deaf brothers and sisters, I know how it feels to be left out, to be set aside, to be considered unimportant. I live with the frustrations with which you live. I know when it's hard to go on, when you believe that no one will ever appreciate you. Take a deep breath and set that negativity aside. This is your country. This is your world. You have the right to live and to participate. You have the right to claim your interpreter, to claim your access to information. As is the case with all others, you have a right to participate. I was pleased when I heard of the deaf community expressing themselves forcibly about being excluded from some of our national activities through the lack of the presence of an interpreter. I am also extremely pleased when the interpreters are included in other national fora. As we go forward from this day, I want to share with you my vision. My vision is of a Barbados, of a place where we have removed the challenges of communication, where more people become a part of the set of interpreters where they are certified, professional, and recognized not as someone out there waving their hands around, not as people doing something that looks pretty and interesting, but people who are serving a major purpose in this life. Giving voice to the voiceless, ears to those who cannot hear, and giving the opportunity for all of us to have a meaningful life. Thank you.
Madam President, how so inspiring. Thanks kindly from all of us for your wonderful address. Mr. Sandolini, Madam President, Senator Ifill, Mr. Alvin Chermont, thank you so much for being a part of this opening ceremony. Indeed, your presence and your address set the tone for our day's proceedings. Again, please accept our warm thanks. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our honored guest, Miss Malia Johnson, who will take the stage as she presents to us the workshop entitled Working with Interpreters, Know Your Rights. Madam Johnson, you own the floor. The stage is now yours for the rest of the day. Thank you.
We're going to bring the computer down to the front table so that we can use our PowerPoint. To begin, how many of you need voicing? I know front table, they need voicing. Anyone else, please, I'd like to poll the audience and ask, who needs the services of a voice interpreter? Do you all know sign language except for the front table? Everyone here knows sign language. Is that right? No? Oh. You need the voicer? Yes? Okay. Okay. I just wanted to check. There will be times when I will voice and sign at the same time, but let's begin.
Right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can talk to you at the same time. Wait for the computer. Shoot that up. part of my PowerPoint, so I can go ahead and get started. But before I get started about who I am, I'm going to explain the unique interpreter role here between Andrea and I. Okay. Andrea and I have a unique position we're dealing with right now. Usually, this type of situation, for 8 hours, even more than an hour and a half, require 2 interpreters, especially if ongoing presentation. I have 2 interpreters, they take turns, 15, 20 minutes. Help each other out, team each other, because you're ongoing at this, you start to lose that information. Very important key information you start to disappear. It happens. So Andrea and I came to an agreement where I would SIMCOM, what it's called, voicing and signing at the same time. Now, meaning, I'm signing pretty much in English, and I'm speaking English, straight English. If you want pure ASL, I can't voice in English. I would have to shut my voice off and do that. It's not easy voicing English and signing ASL. Very difficult. You have to be very talented to do that. Very talented. So we came to an agreement. We're going to work together as a team to do this. We have 2 interpreters. My voice would be off, and I would be signing, and there 2 would be just voicing the whole day. That makes sense how that works? The unique role? Very unique to do that. And Bonnie's here, so she's sitting right here. She'll probably help me with the PowerPoint or something. I don't know what she can do. Maybe I can kind of bribe her. Hey, come on, help me out. Who I am. Many of you already met me, right? How many have not met me yet? Quite a few people on this side. A few of you here. Cool. Well, you're going to hear it again. Sorry. You're going to love me again, right? My name is Malia. I was born in California. When my parents found out I was deaf, they were like, I don't know, what do we do? So they went to different doctors, specialists, to say, hey, okay, deaf doctor should be deaf in 1 ear, should be deaf in both ears. My mom was very stubborn. She's like, no, I don't understand. Now remember, back in my time, I'm not telling you my age. Back in my time, signing was not an option for me. Interpreting was not an option back then. So we were taught to be oral at that time. We had to speak. It was tough. Now during that time, when my parents found out, my mom went through training to teach me how to speak. So I went through hours and hours of speech therapy. 6 hours a day, 7 days a week for 13 years. Not easy. It was a tough one. I was trained in school without an interpreter. I didn't have a choice at all at that time. I went to school, I got read. How I got through it, I have no idea. I don't remember much, but I had a tutor who helped me with math, English, and all that. In between school, homework, I was on my own. I did all that. I achieved that. When I graduated from high school, I went straight to work. I worked all those years. How do I meet? I just work with people. My boss will make sure they look at me. I live 3 down, back and forth, right back and forth. Now, right back and forth is not always effective. But lucky with me, it was effective. So we were able to right back and forth to friends, or listening. We communicate. Over the years, I had a passion of wanting more. I wanted more. So I decided to go to college. At that time, I went to college. I had a choice. A choice I had with interpreters. So I was able to recruit 2 interpreters for my college time and a note taker. What's a note taker? A note taker, they take all the notes of everything being spoken in the classroom environment. Anything that the students are talking about, everything. It's like being documented when you're in a meeting. So they note take. That's what the secretary does. Everything is on there. So I had that note. So when I got home to do my homework, I would go back to notes what they talked about. So I couldn't get up there. You know, it's hard to do that. You look up there. What? I don't know. Okay, give me a note taker. I didn't want to hit it. You're behind. 2008 with a GPA of 3.89, like almost an A. I thought I was up in the high in my class. Very lucky. After college, I decided, okay, I'm going to continue working, but many of my friends and interpreters kept letting me out. Established the business. And you know, like, no, it's too much work. No, I want to focus on my job. I go, okay, fine. So I did some research. And I decided to go ahead and establish the business. Why? Because I am deaf. I went through the frustration like many of you have. Not having an interpreter, not having the right kind of interpreter, not understanding how the ADA doesn't work for some of the people, why doesn't it work for them, how can I help them to enhance their lives? What can I do to make it better for them? To provide for quality interpreting services, to provide for the information they need to make it through work, or doctor's appointment, whatever it may be. So I established the business in 2006, but I started at around 2008 in mind, and I've been traveling around teaching like I'm doing today. I love teaching. I love educating people. It's a passion of mine. Since I've been here since Saturday, I've meeting so many wonderful people. I've had the opportunity to meet many young people here. I'm just full right now because it's been wonderful. Last night, I had the honor, many of you saw it last night, I had the honor of being a deaf interpreter. We do have deaf interpreter in America, in the U.S. And I was wanting to do the two people, not the three interpreters. They're like, I'm not sure we can name that. Is Reinhardt? Where's she? Hey, Reinhardt? Yeah, okay, Reinhardt. I'm Bill, so poetic with his hands, but so fast. But these guys were like, and I'm thinking going, and they're looking at me, you understand? I said, yeah, I do. You want a boy? Sure. And I went ahead and jumped into it. There was a couple of times I had to hit Lionel. I was like, and that was going on with that. It was cool. I felt so inspired doing that for him. So you have to see what a deaf interpreter does. Especially those who didn't speak. It was really cool. It was just inspiring to me. Having them give me that opportunity. Anyway, the purpose of this workshop is to enhance your knowledge about the deaf community and in the U.S. I help you see what we do there. And maybe you can do something here, and bring it here, find some creative ways how you can improve it here in Barbados. Okay? How to work with interpreters. How do you work with them? How do you communicate with them? How do you get an interpreter? All that. Difference between an interpreter, their level, there's different levels of interpreters. You can have a certified interpreter, a non-certified interpreter, or you have different levels. Varies out there. Interpreters have their right. You deaf people have your right too. There's that little right there, not that little trouble. Ooh, ooh. Now, you have to understand both sides of their right with them. After that client have the right, we have to interpret they have the right. They have the right to say yes and no to an assignment. I'll explain why. And you have the right to an interpreter, yes and no. I'll explain that as well. And ask you guys, briefly, what do you know about interpreters? Anyone know anything about interpreters? What did you learn so far since I've been here? Anyone? Interpreters? Deaf people? You can't be quiet here. Stop, no. Are you really that quiet? I'm asking all of you, you guys know anything about interpreters? You know anything? What an interpreter does? David. And I'll give you.
Picking on me.
Yeah. Oh, first of all, if you are going to, if you're comfortable, do you mind coming up here? If you wouldn't mind, and
person was saying, they had to think about it and then express it. Meaning, they don't sign word for word, they don't speak word for word what's being signed, and vice versa. They really have to process the information and then put it out in the target language.
Thank you. You did that? That's a pretty good explanation. David's been, well, he's been learning, he's been watching us, he was like, on earth this whole week. And I know Bonnie has as well. I can feel they're like, ooh, she's been done down. I'm sure all of you guys are. But that's a good explanation of that. With Reinhardt, pure ASL. I'm talking pure ASL. You have to sit there and watch. And try to plot that. You're not doing it, you're plot that in your eye. Plot it in your head. Okay, how do I do that and put it into English? It's a challenge because we have someone who is pure ASL. You have to give it a moment, get that little pause. This is what I was doing last night. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. But then I'm going to go ahead and go in and talk about it. It's really tough to do that. You have to give it that moment to do that. We want to express who you are, what you're trying to say the right way. That's what we want to do. It's not easy. Okay, what's the difference between a person who knows sign language and who is an interpreter? Anyone know the difference? You know the difference between an interpreter and someone who knows sign language? Someone who can just sign away? This is a very fine group. I thought you were being really loud, very lively, you know? Very quiet, right? Okay. The difference between an interpreter and a sign language person. Anybody can learn sign language, right? You're all learning sign. You learn sign, right? I can go to college and learn sign, but that doesn't mean I'm an interpreter. There's a huge difference between someone who can sign and someone who's an interpreter. I can walk there and sign, have a conversation. Doesn't mean I have to listen to this, and talk this, and have it out in a professional way. I should be lazy and kind of like Lionel and I, we have been just having a casual conversation. Just regular conversation, not anything that needs to be portrayed professionally. That make sense? Make sense? An interpreter is someone who's been trained. Has spent a few years in training. Like Bonnie, she went out of Spain for 2 years to be trained, to learn and understand how to become an interpreter. Andrea, she's been an interpreter for 20 plus years. But she's been trained, she's gone to workshop, constantly, She knows vocabulary, how to be a professional interpreter. She's trained to listen, or listen, plot them, and get it out here, or here, and one. Either way. Wait being harder for them. Because not their first language to do this. We're both interpreting. It is her first language almost. Her grandmother is deaf. So she's lucky, she's able to get it. But not everyone can. So that's the uniqueness. So you could be a designer, you could be someone who knows sign language. But, oh, would you mind interpreting for me? You need to say no, because you may not have that necessary skill to bring it out there to get that information back and forth in a proper way. You can be missing some very important key information. That make sense there? That kind of help out right here, the difference between the two of them? Yes, no. Are you understanding? Thank you. Okay. Let me sure you guys got it. Okay. What do you know about interpreters? Right here, it's like, what do you know sign language from a relative or a friend? You've taken a few classes. ASL 1, 2. Hi, my name is Malia. I'm learning. We see that a lot in America and U.S. Ooh, it's really cute ITT, an interpreter training program. That's 2 to 4 years. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. Interpreting 1, 2, 3, and 4. And
Linguistics.
the one word I can't say. It's not being that word. For the life of me, I'm gonna have to practice that word. So at Plug, they go to conferences, they go to workshops, to learn, continuing to learn and learn. It could be mental health, medical, legal, a variety of them. Even I go to these conferences. Well, I did learn too. I just briefly finished a mental health workshop. And right after that workshop, I was teaming with someone and hearing an interpreter for a mental health situation. That workshop helped me. I remember what I learned from that workshop. The words that he used, vocabulary, how to like analyze the client versus the team, how we could work together. It was very effective. They knew what to do, and the team knew. It's required to maintain your certification. They have to continue that. Certified interpreter, if they become certified, let me kind of back up on that. If they become certified by the RID, which is the Refugee Interpreters for the Deaf, which is a national office in the U.S. And I'm hoping my radio can get involved too as well in the future. Interpreters who become certified in the U.S. they must require to maintain their certification by what? Attending workshops and conferences. It's not cheap for them. They have to go and go. They have to cycle, a 4-year cycle. They have to maintain their CEU, continuing education unit. Right. You know that. But that's what they have to do. If they don't meet their certificate, their certification means flash. And they have to retake the test again, or teacher, waiting, and I'll try that to do something, make up a letter of proof, or something that they will do something about it right away. So it happens. And so certainly they have a responsibility to maintain it themselves. It's not easy for them. And we'll talk about the RID certification. RE has a list of certification, a major list. Oh my gosh. There's an old certification versus current certification. The old one is OTC, which is the oral, I'm getting there, oral translation certification, ITC, ICTC, those are all from when it first was established years ago. Now we have many. We have CICT, which is certification of interpretation, certification and transliteration. That's the most popular one. Now, RID has NIC, which is a National Interpreter Certification. There's 3 levels, and they stopped at 3 levels. There's a lot of frustration in the deaf and interpreting community with that 3 levels. I don't need to go on about that. But we have that. So that's the certification. There's also a CEI, a Certified Deaf Interpreter. I'm not certified yet. I'm working towards it. The test is not easy. It's a written test and a performance. Performance will follow. The written, we'll see. That's the setting one. And we also have specialized certification. XPL. What that is, that's for legal. That is not an easy test either. That's specialized for legal interpretation. They are trained in a legal situation. They go to court, federal court, trial, many different things. Very fascinating to do that. That test is very in-depth. Okay? You can see right there all the different levels of certification they have. The expectations are already explained their expectations. They have to go to their workshop. They have to go to conferences. They continue improving there. And they have to maintain the code of ethics as well. It's required that they maintain that code of ethics. Oh, I'm not going to go to lunch yet. I got a while to go. The code of too as well. They have to hold that in too. They can't share it with family. So it's kind of, ooh, what can I do with this? What if they're interpreting some kind of a situation? It's tough to do that. So they have like, oh wow, okay. And they know that person, it's nice to have the same interpreter because it can be consistent for them. So confidentiality is very important. You can't be talking about it to anyone, your friends, family, your husband, wife, your children, no one. Absolutely no one. I don't, if you even do sign the papers, you still can't talk about it. It's like a lawyer client confidentiality. Same thing. They have that same problem. Well, not a problem, situation. The second one is the interpreter must have professional skills and knowledge required for specific interpreting situations, like legal. So if you're a brand new interpreter, and someone calls you to interpret a legal situation, would you accept it? You wouldn't accept that because you're like, oh yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. I can do legal interpreting. You walk in there, and the judge and the lawyer start talking about these big words here, and you got the Miranda rights, the Miranda rights. You have all these other things, and you're like, uh-oh, I don't have the proper training for this. So your interpretation is not becoming effective at all. The deaf people don't notice that. That's something the deaf need to recognize. Oh, ooh, wow. You have to be careful with them. There are a lot of interpreters in the U.S. that does that. We are fighting to prevent interpreters from taking assignments they are not qualified for, especially in legal and mental health. They're required to be certified. They need to be certified because of the terminology that's used in that situation. People don't know. They just bring in people and they're like, oh, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. The deaf have no idea too. It's the same trouble you have, back same trouble. We're fighting, it's all over. So it's just a matter of educating people on how to, do you have to do this? Have you gone to workshops, conferences? Do you understand what's going on? Okay. So that's very important about that part. The third one is interpreters must conduct themselves in a manner appropriate for specific interpreting situations. Like today, she's dressed appropriately. She's conducting herself appropriately. We're outside and hot. And she's fun. She's in a little relaxed environment. Somewhat. She's in a little relaxed environment. But she's fun. The next day, if I'm doing like last night, she was dressed a little nicer. So we had more professional presentation. She was dressed more professional. We were right there. Remember, you have to make sure you're ready for different situations. Now, if you're going to a picnic or a wedding, I would say a picnic. You could wear shorts and sandals. You have to get it okay from the family. It's okay if the interpreter and from the age too. It's okay if the family would use masks. That's fine. Go ahead. School, same thing. I'm trying to have a field trip. You want to make sure that you match when the field trip. Don't want to be very expecting or overdressed and you're not matching those shoulders. Like, wow, they're going to look at you all day long. Like, who's that interpreter? Who? You don't want that. So they want to make sure they match the situation, the environment. The fourth one, interpreter must read back. So that's a different one. You have to follow the deaf. If I tell her, don't sign that, please. I have one sign I do not like. I have to behave with one sign. Yes. That's the guy they use up north and in the U.S. Some interpreters do get. I don't like it. That's me. Some other people like it. That's fine. But if they're interpreting for me, and I see that, I'm like, please use this. I use this. I don't know your sign. I'm being interested in it, but yes. So the interpreter has to respect them. They have to follow showing respect to their colleagues, interns, and students of the profession. They could be teaming with, like these two are teaming together, for example. They have to respect each other and talk to each other. How can we work this out? What can we do? They have to respect each other. Help each other with ideas. We've been doing that all week. We've been like, help each other. How can we do the match? We want to make sure it's very smooth and effective. That's how we do it. We look more professional for you. For interns, those who are students in college, those with that, ooh, I want to become an interpreter. I want to learn. Okay, I'm going to be an intern. I'm going to shadow an interpreter. They have to respect that and teach them. Nothing to do but they 5 in and watch. Right now, give them feedback. And when they get that feedback, those interns should walk away with it and learn from it. So the interpreters, they also learn as well. Because they're learning from each other. As well as the students too. Many students are interpreting in the U.S. Many of them. So you need to learn to respect them. There's an article that we just posted on Facebook about that. Many interpreters in the U.S. are struggling with working with students because they're feeling their work. They're not. We want to see the growth in interpreters grow. We have older interpreters who've been around for a long time, like her and I. We've been around for a long, long time. We want to give back. We want you to grow. But there are other interpreters who feel, no, I don't want to share my knowledge with you. No, I don't want to. That's offensive for the deaf. It's offensive for some interpreter too. Like, why don't you want to help me? Why? So we're struggling with that situation in the U.S. It's all over. It's not secure, it's everywhere. So we just had that article spread out. It's been going on for a while. We're trying to bring what we call a deaf part back. Years ago, I remember it so well. When I was younger, growing up, I used to have just interaction with those who were not really professional interpreters, but I had interaction with out, we would eat, we had fun, and everything. It was so enjoyable. But all of a sudden, things changed. They drew that line. I was like, what's going on? What's happening? I felt, wow. Did I learn and understood what was going on? What was happening? What's happening? We still do that. I'm very fortunate with who I work with. I have some interpreters who I bonded with, and other interpreters that I kind of bond with. I don't really bond with them. That's their choice. That's my choice. It just depends on the comfort level that I have with the interpreter. And their comfort level too. We work together. Very important I have that comfort level with her. That's how I showed her to come. Who am I comfortable with? Who's going to match me? Who has the deaf part? She had. So like, who would match? Who would have? Who would be able to understand what I'm trying to teach them? I needed someone who would agree with me, agree with what we're trying to do to educate. There's devil out there that does that. But I want someone to take a chance with me. I will look good, she will look good too. We want to do that, team with each other. They work hard to make us look good. They struggle as well. Especially with Reinhardt, I mean, you should have seen their face last night. I was sitting there going, they're like, Andrea, she looked at me, she can't look at my you know, and I went ahead and jumped into the mic. That's how you team together. She was willing. And say she didn't. She held on to that mic. Some interpreters do that because they don't want to share. Go ahead. I can do it. And the message is not there. The heart of that message is not there. You want to make sure that you give that message that matches that person. Does that kind of make sense there? Does that help understand that part? If you need to go to the restroom, you are welcome to get up and continue to go to the restroom. We can ethical in their position. What that means is, if they pick up an assignment or they see an assignment that's coming up, they see a name, and they see the purpose of the assignment, they have to make a decision if they can accept it or not. Why? It could be a situation they personally know that the conflict is an issue for them. Say, for example, let's say Andrew and I, she's a good friend of a friend of mine, and we're going in together. But she knows that person. We're going in together for an appointment or something. She saw both of our names, but she's going to turn it down. We're like, why? Because I know that person personally. She knows so much information about that person. She knows what's going on and what's happening. So it makes her she has to turn it down for ethical reasons. Have to make sure that those interpreters understand. Even I've turned down assignments for an ethical reason. Like, ooh, I can't accept that. This is the conflict with me. That client worked with me. I can't do it separately. That's the conflict. There's another perfect example. I think of that a lot in the U.S. A lot. Wow. Driving on the road, police pulls you over, and you get one. Interpreter right there, you can't do that. There's no way. An interpreter's gonna go, okay, you get drunk, I'm gonna drive and meet you on the road. You're a small island. If you went, we're big. So we can't do that. Well, that day I witnessed the accident. As an interpreter. I witnessed it. So they left, they got my name and everything, they left. For example. So a month later, the lawyer called me and said, I need you to come to court at the witness court, the other side. I can't do that. Because I was a witness, I was interpreting, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I was interpreting for as a witness here, I interpreted. So going there, I can't. Ethical. You have to think about ethics. There's a fine line with ethical situations. You have to kind of figure out which one is the best fit for them. An interpreter has to continue their professional development. Workshops, conferences, working, all that. You must continue with that. You must do that, or they're going to lapse with their certification. Here in the U.S., I'm sorry, in the U.S. we have a lot of interpreters out there, many that are certified, many that are not certified, many that are state credential. Our state credential is going down in 2019, 15. The technique system in 2015, right? But their certification is going down in 2019, the green card. And if now they have to be certified, they have to be certified now. They don't have a choice. That could be a challenge for us, in the U.S. Here, you guys have many people who are motivated to become an interpreter. How many of you want to become an interpreter? How many of you are an interpreter? How's that? How many of you desire to be an interpreter? I know, I see David, who wants to be an interpreter back there. He's not raising his hand. You see another little hand right there, a little shy one. You see one right there. Anybody else? You, okay. We have a few here. Okay, so this is good knowledge to know of how you can work with the deaf, how you can become an interpreter. And I know Bonnie's already an interpreter. She's working toward her certification. It takes time. The deaf already trust her. I could see that from the deaf. I watched them the past few days I've been here. I'm like, wow. Me, I trust my Andrea. I'm kidding. After you, Jar. But it's something you have to kind of get to watch your skill to be able to do that. I'm going to leave the floor for you to ask me some questions, because we have a little bit of time to do that before we move on to the next level. So we have a break at 10:40. Okay, we have a break for the restroom, coffee. I don't know, do we have so I think you have to believe something here. We'll have a break in about 10 minutes. For about 15 minutes, okay?
deaf really, you being here, you coming here, I think what I've learned is what I've seen the deaf learn. I have seen them begin to question a lot of things. I have seen them begin to question a lot of scenarios. I've seen them sitting down thinking about certain things that you said about being empowered. And I think that's a big issue, being empowered. So I'm learning by looking at them, because you're going to leave and I'm going to remain. So I'm looking to see how they are responding, and in turn, what we as the interpreting community can do to help, make scenarios not as complicated sometimes as they are, but to really be aware of what's happening and to listen to what the deaf are really trying to say, and listen to what their needs are. And even with the issue of confidentiality, as you know, we're a small island and a small community and a small everything. So, information can get out there that you don't want to get out there. So it's a lot. Seeing what the deaf want, and seeing the best way that we can respond to their needs.
Wow, that's a very powerful statement. It's true. They want to hear from you. They want you to speak out. They want you to say how you feel. They want you to fight. You're here to improve your life. She is very passionate. She wants to improve your life. That's what I'm here for, to help teach you to improve your life. She's been hanging around with me quite a bit for like 2 days. I feel like I'm family with her already. I really do. She's already touched my life. So it's so important that you, deaf people, fight, speak up. Say how you feel. Let people know. How do you think your government's going to help you? If you don't speak up, your government's not going to help you. They're going to sit back, they see nothing wrong. That's how we do have to fight. We fight. And we will fight to the end. And we don't give up. We fight. We just fought for a bill for the children's rights in the U.S. And it shut passed this past summer. And we fought it for a year. It fell, it fell, it fell. And the community got bigger and bigger. Deaf people, deaf activists, interpreters, lobbyists, that's our plan. Legislators, all of those people, lobbyists, that's the flattering people, they all got together and united and supported. And the bill for the children's rights passed. It takes time to get there. So if you don't say anything, nothing's going to happen. Don't be shy. Speak up. Don't tell Bonnie. Tell whoever that refuses to listen to you. Educate them. Teach them how to communicate with you, how to use an interpreter. Teach them. So important. That's how you do it. You have to just sit back. I don't sit back. I refuse to sit back. I have fought. I've had some really speaking interpreters in the past. I'm not trying to be negative, but I've had some pretty bad interpreters. What did I do? I just said, no, it's not going to happen. How am I going to succeed in my life if I don't understand that interpreter? No. I want you to take that the next time. And it happened. I got my right, up my right. Interpreters like they just say no. probably get fed up with me and think, no, I'm done with her. I'm done with her. I think, I'm done with that introvert too. There we go, I'm done. I can do the exact same thing. It really varies on that. So, I mean, last night she made a thing last night. You all, woo, last night. It was a powerful statement that Bonnie made. And again today, she commented on too as well. So important. It really is. I know Lionel's been working hard. I know Felicia's been working hard. I know that BPD, our main old council, what did it say? I didn't have my... Shut up! I got it right finally. BPD. They're fighting hard too as well. I met with the government officials here today. They are fighting for you too, but they need to hear from you. Because I got the U.S., they need to hear from us as well. There are ways to do it, to get through it. There's ways to get through it. Somehow, if you can't figure out, connect with people. Connect with them. That's how you can get through. And then I met, I forget your name, I called it. The guy who is from IWD, he works there. Dario. I met him. Dario. I met him at the airport. And I'm impressed by him. Okay. Wow, it's my first impression. Let me see how the other people are. Okay. Here we Carolina. I got to meet a variety of people. Then I met Tony. That girl touched my heart. She's so young. I heard her all. She is fighting. How old is she? 18. Okay, sorry. She's 18. She is not getting out. That girl is fighting. She's fighting away, and she will. You can do the same thing. Regardless how old you are, you can too. You can too. I'm going to go ahead and give you a break for 20 minutes. So we come back at 11. Okay? Water, relaxing, restroom, whatever you do, okay? Start again now. Ready? Woohoo! We will have lunch and then we'll have the rest of the afternoon. Okay? Okay. Before we get started with this, I had a couple of people that approached me with very interesting stories. One thing I learned from here in Barbados, that when you're growing up, you're taught to be polite, right? All taught to be polite. Should be a woman, should be a gentleman. Same thing in the U.S. We're taught to be polite too as well. But you can be polite and fight at the same time. You can speak up at the same time. It's not a fault of doing that. It's just how do you do it? How do you approach that person? How do you come up to them and say, okay, I want to talk to you about something. You don't need to be shy about it. Go with it. You'll be polite. No one's going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt to talk about it at all. The other thing that really fascinated me, one thing I probably tipped in my story growing up. I was very fortunate. I had to support my mom, but my mother was not sign at all. My parents, my father was not sign at all either. No one in my family signed. But there are many other families that do sign. But I have the support of my parents. There are other families that don't support it. There's some lots of the institute, school, stuff. But my parents are going to do. There's a variation. You have that. So it sounds like it's almost similar to what you have here. It's very similar. So I was very fortunate with my parents. My mother was very stubborn. Very stubborn. My father worked hard to pay for my speech therapy and all that. He had to go through so much. I have seen other children that go to the institute, they enjoy that life. But they go on to achieve very well in life out there, working their interpreter. They become a writer, they go to college, they do whatever they want. I've seen that. I know of one that person who's working towards a PhD right now. He's not doctor. I know of a doctor who is already a doctor in New York. sure that it matches. Someone asked me that last night. Is there any sign for that? Yeah, there is. We can make sure you use the right sign to match that sign for that. So, in which perspective are you guys looking at? The interpretation, the lip reading, or both? You think, or both? Which one do you think it is? Both. 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 I do both. Why? Because I detach them both. Because their signing doesn't catch all the words they're saying. They're mouthing it in English, but they're signing it and whatever. Like me today, you're seeing how I'm signing. I'm signing it, I'm talking in English, but I'm not signing it exact English. I'm skipping some words. Yeah, I'm skipping some words. Well, I'm skipping some words. I'm skipping some words. See that difference right there? So you have to catch both. So, here's the trick. Look at it. You see all in here? I love playing with words with interpreters. This is my favorite part because interpreters love them. This has been added. And if you already have the PowerPoint, you may not have some of that, because some of that old information, I don't know, it was 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I updated this with some information. If you don't have it, I can give it to Alicia, and she can give you an extra copy for that part, okay? Like when the band is wound around the boom. Wow. Maybe I have a hard time saying it in voice. Wow. See what I mean? How tricky that is? It's hard. But imagine if they have to hear it. So I'm going to have Andrea come up here. She doesn't mind. I'm going to look at her. I'm going to have her sign how she thinks it's supposed to be done, or she hears it. The band is round around the room. Okay. Did you choose different ways that she did that? Which one do you think is better for you? It's your band. Again, please. Okay. And the other one is the first one. 4 words. And she moved her lips too as well. I didn't. Right? She caught it. Okay. The second one. The bond was to do. I'm not going to know. I'm saying so I understand. The bond was used to produce solution. Which one do you prefer? Both? Both? Cool. Both? Me? Both? Both? You got one, you got the unique one. You saw the creativity of the second one, but then you saw the English one. Interesting, right? Here's another one. It sounded so cool that it had to review more reviews. Which one? It's more clear. You see the big one. That was it, that. That was English. Got it interesting? There's the other one. There's no time like the present. She thought it was trying to present the present. Okay. Which one do you think? Both? 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 See? See the variation? That interesting? know, you got more. Okay. This one is very tricky. It's the word up. How often do you use the word up, up? You use it, but there's many ways to use the word up in another English word, especially in science, right? Okay. At a meeting, why does the topic come up? She did mine. Okay. Which one? Both? Meaning you prefer? Okay. Both? Some people kind of but both or me or you. Do you see that variation of what you like, which one you prefer? Yeah, interesting. Are you seeing what your eyes like? Okay. Why do we speak of and why are officers up for election? And why is it up to the senators to write up? Okay, it's important. Me. Oh, I win one. Try the English. Let me try the English. You do it. We used to brighten up the room, to polish up the silver, and warm up the leftovers, and clean up the kitchen. We used it to brighten up the room, polish up the silver, to warm up the leftovers, and clean up the kitchen. That went full English. Here's your anthem. Which one? You see that? You have that picture form, and you see the picture of what she's doing. One got an facial expression. Oh, that facial expression is so important to see. Yeah. We lock up the house, and some guy picks up the old car. So, some of the words are missing. We lock up the house, and some guy picks up the old car. Which one? Exactly. That's ASL. You guys like ASL better than English. to get that out for you. It depends on the speaker, how fast they're talking, what the talking's about, the accent. Ooh, we meet up with some people that have a strong accent, kind of like, it's very hard sometimes when they do this. So you don't always have the best, but they try the best. Or noise in the background, and that can be tough too. Or on microphone feedback, we had that last night. Okay. And they struggle with hearing. We like, we're dumb. We don't hear anything. Well, I'm making things. When you hear something, we're dumb. You know? So we don't realize that they're struggling, right? We're just sitting there thinking, and your server is like, well, make something be fun about it. No. We're just like, what's going on with you? It's true. It happens. It's funny. It happens. The other, this was my favorite one. And this is one last one. She's going to do it in English. I'm going to do it in ASL. ASL. Ready? You guys got a chance. Get that thing food first. It's up to you. You know, you get that in English. Boring. Yank. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You see that. But you see an ASL, it's like, oh, okay, gotcha. Time to go. Okay, fine, I'm done. Yeah, right? Exactly, I think we do. So we have some scenarios. So I want to have you guys practice with each other. Work out with each other. How do you practice that? We'll interpret with each other, talk to each other. How many of you are deaf? Go. Raise your hand if you're deaf. So we got quite a few. Good. What I want to do is to pair up hearing together. Are you comfortable with that? You are? Awesome. I'm not sure if I have enough, but if you have 2 and 1 or 2 and 2, we can do that. I want you guys to share your words together, but do without your voice. Don't do that. Sign to each other. Be understanding each other. Do your language that you're comfortable with. Don't change. Don't cope with. I tend to cope with. Don't. Do it. Like I heard last night. Yeah. He went for it. Lionel, he coped with the interpreter. With me, he didn't. He is with me. Gap to gap. But gap to hearing. You're performing. You're performing. So don't change your language. until whenever it comes up, okay? feel about that? What's your comfort level? You got comfortable moving your mouth, right? Not comfortable. That's okay. Some people prefer not to move their mouth. Sometimes I do that. I don't want the other person to look at me. You never know if I might look at me like that. It's like hearing people. Deaf people. Right? Fair. 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 So, today we're going to have lunch. Today we have lunch. I will have banana. Okay. Interpreting an adopted law for a 7-year-old with psychological problem with a parent. You are an interpreter. Who are the interpreters? Raise your hand. Interpreter, raise your hand. Okay. Who is comfortable coming up here? Come on. Just be comfortable now. You know what? I'm going to call up David. Not paying attention. No, you were not. Well, y'all have been good on interpreters. I'm going to teach them. I'm going to teach you guys. Okay. What's up? That's okay. White shirt. You think the white shirt is appropriate? That's fine. Should be dark. See, she kind of. Good answer. Where? I'll get you next time. Look at me getting all ready. Look at the jacket in the hot weather. I'm just kidding, to leave it here. Okay. You're interpreting a gospel for a 7-year-old boy with a psychological problem with his parent. You get called to interpret. What do you do before you accept the assignment? For example, I'm calling you. You're an interpreter, right, David? I need an interpreter for a 7-year-old boy. Can you come to the assignment? No? name's David. Let me shut the camera, I'm sure that she's at home. Dr. Isabel was before when we gave it to the group. That's fine. But now, you do the active word complete. I can do that. You give your email after the t-shirt. See how that works with professional interpreter? Now that's direct with the interpreter. Suppose you're working through an entity. You have interpreting entities. There's so many entities out there. That's got to be careful working with entities. Because some entities do what they should do, some don't. So entities, they have a list of interpreters they work with. We, an entity out there, will get the name of the client, the address, billing address, blah, 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 blah. The phone number, the person that the assignment, the contact, all that. So we supply that for the interpreter to prepare them for the assignment. Very important. Okay, now, she arrived at the assignment. I'm the doctor. Parents right there with the boy, David. I'm looking through the papers. I'm waiting for Andrea to arrive so I can have a little pre-discussion with her. She wants to know, pretty confident. So I'll be the receptionist, swing in the wall. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, let me shut the computer, I'm not sure. I see you do have an appointment. Let me like Dr. Nick, that's not my home. I'll do that, let the doctor know what's going on. Go ahead and sit down, the doctor will be out. Doctor comes out, they will sit together and they'll discuss what could possibly happen. I'm gonna go, I've never worked with an interpreter before. Yes, we're looking for things like behavioral problems or having kind of anger issues. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with using behavior or the should actually. So this is kind of no, I'm not passing. You see how a professional interpreter works? That doesn't always happen, but it can happen. So about 90% of the time. It's really good to make sure you establish that when your interpreters be prepared to make it very good for you. Like any other thing right here. Like the person you're going about with the president, I prefer a trilingual. What's a trilingual interpreter? Trilingual is 3 languages. Spanish, English. Or, well, you have a basic language? No? I don't know. You have any language? You speak English? Okay, I don't know. I'm asking. Spanish. So, for example, the mom is Spanish. Okay? The mother speaks Spanish. The interpreter is the poquito español. I will speak to you in Spanish. But I'm trying to you in English. I know I have to learn Puerto Rico. I'm sure for every word I've said. Is that right? Yeah. I grew up with my mom who spoke Spanish all my life. But I live in Florida. I picked up the language too. So that's what they do. They listen to the doctor in Spanish, English, but mouthing in Spanish for the client, for the patient. Or they listen to it in English, and English, mouthing in Spanish as well. All will not need it either. Dr. Sharon, okay, a trilingual interpreter. We have quite a few Spanish trilingual interpreters here. We have Creole interpreters here. We have that here. Not many. There were a few requests. Yeah. I can't see that. Oh, okay, we have the number 2? Oh, okay, wow, cool. We have that. I can't even say the word, but I know your name. Interpreter. That's cool. So you know, you're familiar with that. Listening to this, being able to do this, and to do this. It's the same thing that they have dealt in English. Hard. I'm certainly for the legal assignment of a client who's from another country. I've done that one time. I interpreted legal assignment for someone who's from another country. Fascinating job it was. I had the lawyer right here, I was right here, the deaf client was right here, and the hearing interpreter was right here. She was she was legally certified. Behind the deaf client, like this, okay? I'm a little nervous, of course. Thinking, okay, if I'm in another country, I'm hoping I understand him. Let's see, let's go. Here's good some, okay. But I had to go down a little bit to make sure you're good. The interpreter was starting to me in English, so I could change it any way I want to. I could change it to Great English, or I could change it to AFL, or I could change it to whatever language to help that client understand what to do. That's what it does. The deaf get what they need, okay? So, and then when that client started signing, I was kind of like, there's some signs that I didn't have, like I did it with her, when she did this, I was like, what's that sign? Oh, okay. Then I'm able to take that and copy it from that point on, because I'm just being respectful to make sure I follow that sign along the way, so they understand the route. So I picked up a lot of signs from that country during that interpretation. I became that client interpreter from that point on for about a year. Because the client understood me. And because I respected that client. It's really important to understand that. So you're kind of like, and you're allowed, as an interpreter, to hold that and say, I'm sorry, I have to hold that for a moment. I have to make sure the clarification. What was that sign again? Okay. We have to make sure we get that clarification. If you don't have that clarification, you can go to jail for the wrong reason. You don't want that. Or you may misdiagnose for the wrong reason. Don't want that. You want to make sure they have the right information. That's a tough job as an interpreter. You have to follow that. Interpreting for medical assignment, you're interpreting a regular doctor's appointment. It's a cold. All of a sudden, it becomes an emergency. You have to go to the hospital. Oh no, I'm not qualified for this. I'm not trained to interpret hospital. What do I do? Oh no, what do I do? call someone you know, you follow, until someone plays you something? What do? You tell me. What did you learn so far? Okay, go ahead and follow. Anybody else? Call somebody that knows the terminology. You can do either way. And you're right. You go there, go ahead and go there and do that. Call someone, go there and say, okay, I'm going to someone to come here to take my place that will provide more effective communication. It may take a half hour, it may take an hour, depending on where the interpreted traffic. Here in Barbados, we got 3 inches in traffic. But it really varies. In the U.S., we're all over. It can take an hour to get to one place. It can take 2 hours, depending on where the interpreter lives or where they are. So, that's the trick there. In Turkey, we're a middle school counselor to meet with the principal about something. I'm sure many of you probably experienced that here. In the U.S., we have the same thing. Many people interpret at school for a counselor with the principal, the parent, somebody. How do you handle that? You interpret that. But you are interpreting at the school or you are separate from the school. Which one? Separate. Separate. Because if you are interpreting at the school and they're asking you to interpret for that, you shouldn't. Because you already know what's going on. You can't be neutral. It's a conflict. So you can throw off your interpretation. You already know what's happening. Make sure it's separate. Yeah. Sure. Do it again. If you're interpreting at a school, it's with the counselor. You're meeting with them. The principal about something. You're meeting a counselor at the school. And you are called to interpret for the counselor at the school to talk about an issue. Should the interpreter accept that job, or should be separate with someone else? They're saying separate. It should what? It should be. It should say. I know that the student has to be separate. Get someone else who can be neutral. Okay. That way, that information is fair, and you're getting that information. Interpreting the legal assignment in court for child abuse. That's a very sensitive subject. Very, very sensitive subject. I remember one time I was sitting in a court, and it was not my case. Before I had to take over my part. I was sitting there, and my team interpreter was sitting with me, and I was like, what are they talking about? The judge was several. The judge was going, he was going really fast through all the cases. And this happened to be about child abuse. I'm not a mom. I don't have children. But I love children. Especially young babies. So, but she was interpreting for me privately. My eyes just went like this. But I had to keep my faith. I was getting mad. I was like, how dare you two? It was just a baby, a child. Me, 5 months, broken ribs, broken legs, broken arms, 5 months. An innocent child. And I'm sitting there like this. I'm thinking in the back of my head, there's no way I could ever interpret this kind of job. It's too remotely involved for me. I'm not a mom. I was like, there's no way that I could be able to interpret effectively. I'm already scared you to do that to the kid. So the interpretation not come out right. Right? It did come out. You're guilty. Oh. The judge is going to go. Oh, God. The judge is going to notice. The audience is going to notice. You're going to feel, whoa, out of whack. Not Andrea wants to add something.
I'm being Captain Turner.
We were having a discussion about accepting assignments, and one example that I used is if I get a call for a doctor's appointment for an oncologist, cancer doctor. Supposing my mom just died of cancer. My mom refused some treatment or something, and it didn't work out for her, and she passed away. I get this call to go for this cancer treatment assignment. It would be wise for me to refuse that assignment. It would be very difficult for me to interpret that neutrally, without emotion. Or, this is the option, you can refuse that assignment. If you are a staff interpreter in school, for example, you have less choice. You're there every day. It's your job to interpret everything, like it or not. So, for example, a teacher is teaching something that I don't agree with. I cannot show it on my face. I have to interpret what he or she is saying clearly, fairly, and I can't show any emotion. It has to be, the only emotion I can show is if it's in the teacher's voice. But my own emotion, or my own feeling about that topic, or what they're saying, suppress. Understand that's not easy. You have to go home and try to just, get rid of the day. But that's part of the job, and it's not easy. So you have to understand that going into the job. You have to interpret clearly. That's part of the code of ethics, which is now called the CPC, Code for Professional Conduct. That's required of a professional interpreter, and it's not a choice. Okay?
Now it's up to the deaf people. Deaf people have to understand that too as well. But I want you, I prefer you. You have to understand. Just because you have that bond with that interpreter, that doesn't mean their reason. They're not going to be able to do that for you as useful as possible. I had one interpreter who turned me down one time, and I accepted that turn down. I said, okay, that's fine, I get it. I completely understand the conflict. It's going to happen, yes.
So what if the deaf person wants to discuss it after the fact? After you interpreted something for the deaf person and they themselves do not agree with the position that the speaker took, then afterwards, and they
I don't agree with this.
well, after that discussion is over, say at the end of the day or the next day, and they approach you to speak about it, then what?
That's a good question. Very good question. That's a little tricky right there. Because it happened after the fact. You can, they could, two ways you could do it. They could approach you and say, hey, I've done this before. I want you to give me some feedback about what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday. I didn't agree with that situation or that sign or whatever it is. Can you please not do that or whatever? But you have to do the situation.
I'll give you an example. The principal says for assembly, you need to focus on your goal. On your goal. Focus on your goal. But he gives the example of the Good Samaritan in the Bible. And then he says, but you should stay on your path. Do not be distracted. So don't go your way to help anybody. Stay focused. So the deaf person says, I don't agree with him, he's being selfish.
The deaf person said that?
Yes, this is after
You're
after
after
the speech.
after the speech. That's a private conversation with you. Thank you. That deaf okay, could have gone up to that person when he was speaking and said, hey, I didn't agree with what you said. Can you don't mind coming up with me? I didn't agree with what you said. Not the conflict, what you did about time. That doesn't make sense. And we have to interpret that. But if you're doing after the fact, you understand to the speaker or anything. Sometimes the deaf want to just express themselves without causing any problem. They just want to get, I'm done with that speaker. Oh. Okay. Sometimes the interpreter will kind of like, yeah, I get it. Sometimes they'll be like, the usual. It depends on how their level is with their peers, their clients and everything. It varies out there. That's a very good question. It really varies out there. I mean, I've had situations where I did not agree with what they said. And I just sit there. What do birds really like this? I just sit there and I'm like, and the interpreter just see my face. And I know they're reading my mind. But they have to keep a straight face. They have to. That's required for their job. The deaf is all like, the interpreter's like, but inside they're all like, woo. Sometimes they agree, but they can't show it. They cannot show it. They can't. We could be all like, and then the interpreter's all, or not. Sometimes they'll join in. It depends on who's interpreting, and they're about to add something to themselves.
Just going to say, it's difficult because part of our job is showing emotion. When we listen to the speaker, if the speaker is angry, we're supposed to show that in the interpretation. He's speaking angry, so we show it. However, if it's me who's angry, I have to be really careful to suppress it. Because it's part of our job to show the emotion, but not ours, theirs. Okay? And sometimes when we have a close rapport with the deaf person, like Malia and I have worked together for a long time. I interpreted for her in college before a few times. We've worked together a lot. We've had a lot of conversations on our off time. So we know each other and how we feel about things. So sometimes we just look at each other and we know what we're thinking because we've already had the discussion. But it's really important to try to suppress your personal feelings.
I can't see well. There was a sun in my eyes. The sun is like this. I'm deaf. Oh, pretty, you can see a beautiful sign. Oh, beautiful signer, interpreter, future.
So what happens if the deaf person asks you as the interpreter, do you agree with that? What's your feeling on it? Do I say yes? Or when I'm signing, if I feel the same as the speaker and they ask me, what do you think? Do you think the same? Do you agree with that? What do I do?
Do I do? Or do they do? I Deaf people have talent in their eyes, okay? Something happened the other day here in Barbados. And I am trying so hard to keep myself in. You have a code. I have a specific, when I get mad, something happened to my face. Truly, something happened to my face. I cannot control it. But luckily, she understands what I'm going through. But the other people, like, I'm blinking my eyes. She's getting away with it. She knew exactly that we both were thinking the same way. And she just nodded her head, like, agreeing with me. That's all you do, is that double nod. And that calmed me down, because I was like, say that. For me, African American, man, these deaf people gotta fight for this. You know, I'm fighting for you guys, for the deaf people, and for the interpreters. But it was interesting because my facial expression started changing. I'm like, okay, I need to get rid of that. I need to get rid of that look. That look was changing. But you're right, it's hard. So how do you feel about that? You know, you kind of have to, if they continue after you, just have to go, hoping they can't use it small, without other people making it very obvious. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy. It's a challenge to do that. As an interpreter, and for deaf people who want to express them during something they have a conflict with. Like she does, right there, she said, what happens if you have someone that does this you don't agree with? Or you have someone that wants to pour out. But the next time that assignment happens, you know who that client is, you know that's going to happen again, you have the right to turn it down. Because you don't want to go through that again. Give it to someone else who may have better control of it. It happens. They're not going to lose money. I mean, usually they pay for it. They're not going to lose money. They have a job. That's pretty good. They have in the U.S. we have plenty of work there.
Our ADA law, Americans with Disabilities Act, says you must work with a qualified interpreter. It does not say certified interpreter, it says qualified. So unfortunately, it could be anyone who interprets. That's in the U.S. That is our struggle. Qualified, what does that mean? It doesn't mean everyone is qualified to interpret. It's ambiguous. And so maybe you feel the same way here. Do you think everyone is qualified to interpret? What do you think? No. All right. We're not. So we have the same issues. So it's important that you, deaf individuals here, understand how to observe an interpreter and make that choice whether they are qualified or not for you. You can say that interpreter is not qualified for me, and then let them know, or let the company know, or whomever it was who hired the interpreter. For interpreters here in the audience, you need to learn to accept that. Accept it, understand it. Doesn't mean that you're a terrible interpreter. Just means that you're not the right fit for that deaf person. Like, no offense to Bonnie. I'm watching Andrea, I'm looking at her and I said, okay, she fits me. Maybe I look at Bonnie, this is just an example. Bonnie doesn't fit me. Andrea fits me, we're a good match. Andrea is qualified for me, okay? That's all that means. That's just as a comparison. Somebody who works well with my eyes and somebody who I feel like I understand clearly. We understand each other. Bonnie's a beautiful interpreter, just FYI. Just to make sure everybody knows that. But that's a description or an example of what I'm talking about. How do you support the interpreter? Now say for an example, the interpreter shows up and they're new to you. It's a little awkward at first. The interpreter may say, let's talk a little bit. What is this about? You know, they try to communicate with you a little bit before the actual appointment. preferred sign is in ASL, or my preferred signing method is ASL, PSE, English, contact. But that's the interpreter's job to understand that. So I say, I prefer you don't use that sign as a deaf person. You have the right to say that. The interpreter really should try to accommodate you. They're trying to work together as a team. I'll give you an example. In college, I have a lot of college stories, I'll tell you that, but I went to college and I remember the teacher, one of the teachers, there were 2 interpreters there in my class, a team, and the teacher would approach the interpreter and say, tell her, meaning tell me, Leah. The interpreter said, tell her, sign, tell her. And I'm thinking, why is she saying tell her? Why isn't the teacher just speaking directly to me? The interpreter was showing you what the teacher was saying. What did I do about that? The teacher would get up and do her lecture. And then again, the teacher walked over to the interpreter and said, tell her, looking at the interpreter, not looking at me, looking at the interpreter and saying, tell her such and such. Again, I'm puzzled by this. I'm getting a little angry at this point. So I asked the interpreter, if you don't mind staying after class, I want to explain to the teacher, the proper way to handle this. So after class, everyone left. The teacher and the interpreter and I met for a brief moment, and I tried to share with her how to work with an interpreter. And the interpreter was there, working with us, and I said, please speak directly to me. Just act as if the interpreter's not there. They're just relaying the information. That's all. So please speak directly and interact directly with me. Oh, well, the teacher was trying to tell me, well, you have to move over here, you have to go over here. Don't tell me what to do. I know how to work it out. Work with me. Now, this is in the U.S., mind you. Following week, go to class. Teacher walks over to the interpreter, tell her such and such. Well, I had it at this point. I was fed up. Now I'm Irish, a little stubborn, I'll be honest with you, hot-headed. During the break, I walked right out of the classroom straight to the dean's office. And I put in a grievance. I said, please have the teacher speak directly to me. They shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be going to the interpreter and bypassing me. The interpreter is just there as a conduit for our communication. They're my voice, that's it. Okay, I'll talk to the teacher, the dean said. Okay, I was satisfied, went back to my class, thought that the situation was resolved. The dean came to the classroom, spoke to the teacher right then and there, and I thought, okay, good, she's in trouble. So they left, they spoke, and honestly I like trouble a little bit, I'll be honest with you, I like causing trouble. Anyway, she came back in, the teacher gave me a scowl, angry face. I was like, well, whatever, I don't care. During the break, the teacher came right up to my face and started arguing with me. Arguing with me. However, luckily, I had my note taker right behind me. It's another accommodation that I had. And she recorded the entire conversation. That was documented. That's a legal document of that conversation. Guess what I had now? Discrimination. Evidence of discrimination. What did I do with that? Handed it right over. I said, what are you going to do about this? I can sue you or you fix it. What do you think they did? What do you think they did? Any ideas? They fixed it. They fixed it? How do you think they fixed it? Said they were sorry? Nope, not good enough for me. Not good enough. Nope. How do you think they fixed it? Fired her. Bye. Teacher was gone. She was fired. That was it. Never saw that teacher again. This is a deaf person who's happy. That's what it looks like. Interpreter was pretty happy too. Because of the support of the interpreter and the support of not just for me, but for future deaf students. This was an important step for the next deaf student who's going to show up at that school. They won't have the frustration, they won't have the problems that I had. You can become the leader for the next deaf person who follows behind you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Interpreters too. I still have that paper. I'll be honest with you. I kept that conversation since 2008. I still have it. That's my pride. Because it's a unique situation. I didn't scream, I didn't lose my temper. I just tried to work it out reasonably. How can we fix this? How can we solve this problem? Can we, negotiate? Can we work something out? No? No? Oh, okay, let's see. That's how it happens. Don't lose your cool. Don't get out of control. That won't solve your problem. Communicate. Communicate with them. And they'll listen to you. Interpreters too. Let's talk about this a little bit. Let's have more discussion. I'm hoping that soon we will have video. We're trying to get the video fixed because I would like to show you 4 video clips. He's working on it. Our tech is working on it. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But here, critical to understand. The interpreter and I have a unique, Andrea and I are in a unique situation right now. We are working this out together, and you notice that she's voicing now for me. I needed a break from my voice. That was what I needed. So she's taking the turn. Really, most of the time, there would be at least 2 interpreters here. Full time, signing, voicing, they would be taking turns. 15 to 20 minute intervals. They would team with each other. Help each other out. To not be completely worn out, exhausted, lose their voice, be mentally drained, and they help each other. Any assignment that's over about an hour and a half, or a continual lecture kind of assignment, or a fast-paced or highly technical assignment, I've seen these kind of things, these situations where the interpreter is really burning out. They're working so hard. It's very hard. And many of you have interpreted for a fast speaker, I'm sure. It's tough, right? All right, well, Bill Reinhardt, last night, perfect example. Boom! And I'm trying to avoid a little. Okay, I got it. Can you imagine? All right? So it's important to have a team of interpreters. If one missed something, they can, get it from the other, back each other out. Last night, and I even tapped one. I said, "Hey, what was that sign, please? Remember?" It was my team for the moment. He actually helped me. I didn't recognize that sign. What is it? Okay, great. Got it. Okay, now I can continue my job. The team helps one another. If it's a 1-hour simple assignment, even a 2-hour doctor's appointment or something, very simple, 1 interpreter can suffice. This kind of assignment definitely would require 2 interpreters in a normal situation. Especially for the week, 2 interpreters. But we were fortunate to be able to work out a system with one another. But this is a very unique situation. It's not common. We already talked about this a little bit. Regardless of where or who you're working for, deaf or hearing, the deaf have specific goals, needs, and wants. Qualified interpreter, am I right? This is what we want. We want to be able to observe and understand. We want to be included and involved. That's what everybody's agreeing. The interpreter wants to be smooth. They want to be proficient. How do we get this to work out? How do we make this all mesh? Communicate with one another, work together, help each other. In the U.S., we often have workshops and we'll pick up information communication. Sometimes the deaf will get up and, just like today, get up and interact with one another, get to know each other, have a little conversation, and then we kind of look at one another and analyze. And I may say, watch it. I'm doing it this week. I'll look at people and say, ooh, I'd like to steal them to interpret for me. I like their style. I'll watch the conversations. Yeah, we're like that. We'll do that. I'm a little evil. Yeah, I'll steal people's interpreters. No problem. I'm observing. I'm watching. This week, I've been watching Bonnie closely. Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm watching her. I'm gonna steal her. Andrea's not here? Come on, Bonnie. You're on. I trust her. Don't be afraid. Come on. I trust you. Feels good. Remember, as I said before, if you are not certified, it's different here. But in the U.S., if you are not certified, please do not accept assignments that you're not qualified for. Here, you don't have certification anyway. I understand you're working towards this, there's a goal. But regardless, do not accept assignments that you are not ready for. We talked about the CBC, the television show. One of the interpreters was, I don't know. That person should not have accepted that job. People are complaining. If the person has an ego or whatever, he feels that he or she feels that they can do whatever they want, whatever their reasons are, or handle any assignment. But really, it's important to find a way to switch out, to find someone that really works well for the majority of the audience. Find someone who's willing to help you through the process. It'll happen. Because if a person isn't qualified, like say for example the CBC interpreter, you're missing information. I saw the mistakes, I saw the omissions. Instead of program, they said paid, or instead of paid, they said program. What was it? Was that right? He was signing program, voicing program, but signing paid, and I was like, paid? I don't get but he's supposed to say program. I don't know, did I catch that right? I was asking people, the person next to me, I thought maybe I missed something. But the interpreter was really signing paid, the mouthing program. That's an error. I thought, wow, be careful. Deaf people can really get negatively affected. You're in a doctor's office. Oh my goodness, perfect example. A friend of mine told me the story. He went to the doctor. And went to the doctor, and the interpreter was not qualified for that job, but they accepted it anyway. This is in the States. Showed up, interpreted. The doctor said, tell the patient, you need to take medication somewhere else. It was a pill, but almost like a suppository. The interpreter didn't say that. She said, swallow it. The deaf person said, okay, I trust. All right, go home. Got the medication, swallowed it. What happened? Any idea? He went to the hospital. Almost died. Almost died. They were in the hospital having seizures, heart attack. They were in the hospital. They had a certified interpreter in the hospital. They were explaining the situation. They were trying to catch what happened and they figured it out. The doctor was shocked. Who interpreted for you at the doctor's office? Now this deaf person almost died. Can you imagine? That happened in the U.S. This is serious. You have to be incredibly careful about your qualifications and the needs of the deaf. Now, if I'm looking at Andrea and I'm signing, I'm watching her as she's interpreting. If I trust her, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and do my thing. If I don't trust her, I'm going to watch her every single time, every moment. No, I didn't say that. back up. You go and say in. That's what I said. Plus, I can read lips. I'm catching. Hey, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, what do you say? Thank you. That's me. You will learn how to work these things out yourselves. I'm not trying to be negative against interpreters or against deaf people. I'm trying to tell you how to work things out in a cooperative manner. Clarification. What does that mean? Last night, she used it a couple times. I think 2 days ago. And today somebody needed clarification as well. We're signing. Conversation's going on. And they said, wait, hold 1 moment, please. Clarification, please. What is it? Okay, back up. All right, let's start again. Let's go again. Just to make sure. It's the interpreter's right to ask for clarification. Why? They want to make sure that they're voicing appropriately for you. That's the interpreter's rights. And for you who are deaf, you have the rights as well. Wait a minute, I didn't catch that, I'm confused. You can tell the interpreter to please clarify or expand on that, please. I'm not understanding that concept. Can we go over it again? Okay, got it. Deaf people have that right as well. Goes both ways. It's your right. Regardless, qualified, certified, whatever you have, it's your right. Okay? I had a question earlier on reminding me of something. If you want to become a certified interpreter, and as well for a CDI, certified deaf interpreter, the RID certification requires a bachelor's degree, 4-year college degree. Yes. For hearing interpreters. For deaf interpreters who want to become CDIs, certified deaf interpreters, right now the requirement is a 2-year degree, college degree, AA or AS. And 40 hours of training. And that has to be done before you can sit for the test. In 2016, I believe it is, I think, the deaf requirement is going to be a bachelor's degree as well. 4-year college degree. So it's becoming tougher to become certified. Nationally certified. But we understand why. The degree does not have to be in interpreting, it could be in anything, it's just a college degree. Psychology, business management, whatever. But it helps the deaf feel confident that they go to school, they learned, they studied. We've already seen this here. Andrea's voicing for me. She's saying I. She's not saying you, she's saying I am. She's voicing as Malia. Andrea is Malia right now. Doctor's appointment. I need to go to the doctor to see about my physical. She has to voice exactly what I said. And say, she's going to the doctor, she wants to see about her physical. No, that's not what I said. First person, third person. We have to understand the role and how it works, how to interpret that. Mental health is a little bit different. That's a kind of a sticky situation. You have to really analyze the circumstance. First or third person, that's a whole different scenario. But in general, you're always going to speak as if you are the deaf person in first person, always. I am going, I'm signing in English, I'm going to the store. But it's important to understand that. You're speaking for the deaf person. Confidential. confidentiality so important. The information has to be confidential. I'm very serious about this. Don't go off and talk, I just did a job and did this, and I'm telling, let me tell you a story. Telling you a story, right? Sharing stories, right? I've been doing that. But am I giving you any names, places, names, persons, where, when, dates? No. Just telling a story about a situation, a scenario, and not telling you specifics. Who, where, the client, none of that. You're not okay. I can share some stories with you from a deaf perspective and from interpreters. I'm sure Andrea's got some stories with you from her interpreter's perspective as well. If you don't mind sharing some of, if you don't mind sharing some of your interpreters. She's going to think about it. Following the CPC, the Code of Professional Conduct, I realize I heard in Jamaica they have their own code. I think it's called the JAD. Is that right? You have it? Yeah? Okay. David is familiar with it. I read it. I don't have it with me on my computer right now, but I think it's called the JAD. Almost very similar to the, it's an organization in Jamaica? Oh, okay. Organization in Jamaica. They have their own rules about confidentiality. It is very similar to ours. Very cool. They set up their own. Very interesting. You can set that up here as well. You can establish that. Get together, interpreters with the deaf community, and figure out how to establish your own code of ethics or professional conduct. You can work it out together. Discuss it among yourselves. Jamaica did it. How awesome is that? Why not here? Barbados. You can do it too. Go ahead. Jamaica did it, but Barbados can do it. Get in touch with one another. Meet the right people. Maybe talk to David. I'm sure he has someone who can help you with some insight. I'm serious. It will help you to expand and to grow and to be more satisfied and have your needs met. Just start small. Why not? Many of you want to help the interpreters. Everybody wants to help. Where do you start? Where do we begin? We're at a loss. The deaf want to do something. They're confused. They're frustrated. They don't know what to do either. Start somewhere. Pick a battle and start. Everybody's saying yes. Okay. That happens often. We just had it happen today. What happened to us? Person was speaking to Andrea, and I had to say, talk to Malia. I'm interpreting for her, you can talk to her directly. Excuse me. Please redirect. Look at me. Don't look at the interpreter, look at me. Redirection. You know how often that happens? Many hearing people, I think it's a little confusing. They don't know where to look. They're looking at the interpreter and supposed to be talking to me. And talk to the deaf person. Go ahead, I'm not here. Just turn on here. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, that's awkward. But they can't hear me. Do I have to look at them? Yeah, okay. Yeah, talking and saying something, okay, and I'll nod my head and they'll talk and I can watch that as they're speaking to me. And the interpreter's right next to them. It's fine. It's very simple. We already talked about this a little too. Talked about this as well, conflicts. 2 or 3 of you asked me about conflicts while you're on the job. It's tough. Could be a challenge. You're interpreting. And a client is very comfortable, and you're very comfortable, and they say, come on, you wanna join me for dinner? Let's go eat out together. What do I do? It's fine, join me, we'll go out, finish the job, let's go eat together. Awkward, I just finished interpreting for you, and, it's perspective. What do you think? Can you give me some of your thoughts? What do you think about that situation? Come on, you ate, now you're sleepy? Let me back up a little bit. If you are interpreting, for me, let's say, you have an assignment, you finish the interpreting assignment, we're done for the day, and I say, hey, can you join me for dinner? What do you do? She said no, or he said no. Why? You're done interpreting, you should go home. Why? Why do you think that's so? No reason? What do you think? Interpreter does not feel comfortable. Maybe because it's a little awkward now. Say a short goodbye and then go home. Okay? Good point. Okay, another reason why the interpreter and the deaf person were walking off together as they together eat. Another deaf person comes along and sees them and says, deaf person and interpreter eat together? What's going on here, Chad? What's going on there? Are they talking about something or something? It could happen. It's just perspective. I mean, I have 3 or 4 people just today. And Lionel, the first night, Lionel was so sweet. Andrea and I were talking and chatting, and Lionel said, I never saw a deaf person and an interpreter talking like that to each other, kind of discussing things. I've never seen that kind of relationship. And we thought, okay. You know, the relationship that we have as interpreter and client is rare. You don't often see this. Normally there are boundaries or, it's more of a professional relationship. However, in this situation, it's a little different. You can't become completely connected to every interpreter. They have a life as well. You have a life. You're not connected for life. So there may be some separation between family life and business life for whatever reason. There are different variables involved. My life is very private, and I like to keep it that way. I don't like to share everything about my personal life to everyone. Some, I'll talk to some trusted people, but to all interpreters, no. Andrea knows enough, but the other interpreters, no. No, I'm not comfortable with that. And they don't really need to know that to work with me, right? Am I right? Do you want to know every detail about every deaf client's life? I don't think so. No. Do you deaf want to know every detail about the interpreter's life? No. It doesn't have to be that way. It goes both ways. Just be careful. Your rights, you deaf folks here, you have the right to a skilled interpreter. These are your rights. You don't like that interpreter skill? Tell them you don't want them, but be careful, don't turn all of them down, because then you have no one. There are no interpreters left that you can work with. Oops, then what? You don't want that to happen. You're stuck. I have one client in the U.S. who tends to turn down every interpreter I give them. Very demanding, very, very strict. So now, many interpreters are refusing working with him. Because he's just so negative and demanding, and they're like, fine, we don't want to work with you either. Because he's, because of his manner, very picky, very, deaf have the right to expectations, yes. And I have rejected some interpreters, but I try to be, I try to be discreet with my choices. And remember, as I said, interpreters have rights too. Interpreter can say, no, I have a conflict, or I don't have the time, I want family time, this is the day I've held aside. For my family, I'm really sorry, wish I could help, just can't do it. Or, that person may say, sorry, that's okay, I would rather work with someone else. Each of you have your rights. You can approve or reject working with somebody. Sometimes you say that you want whoever's available. Or the one you want is not available, so then you go to your next best choice, and then you're next, and then you're next. It happens. Just same with the deaf. Interpreters don't have that choice, unfortunately. We deaf folks have the choice. Interpreters don't have as much, oh, I prefer to work with that deaf client all the time. Well, sorry. It doesn't work that way. I'm not going to give you that deaf client. You have to go over here. We have a different assignment. It depends. You can do that here as well. But we have a very small group here. So you have to learn how to work together. Figure it out as you go. Work together and use your small pool of interpreters and who works well together and let the pool grow and those who are in that pool, that small pool, can make a career of it. And you can become one. You can become an interpreter. Interpreters have the right job right now, I'll tell you. In the U.S., it's a full-time paying job. They get paid full-time. They work full-time. 20 to 40 hours, whatever. 30 hours, 10 hours, they decide. They make their own, they can pretty much make their own schedule. If you're a staff interpreter, it's different. Staff interpreters don't have as much choice. They work for a company. But freelance interpreters, it's the sign FL, freelance, means they're on their own. They can choose their own hours, make their own schedule. So they can accept or deny jobs through agencies or however they work it out. But here it's going to be a little bit different. It's a different setup. You have to figure that out and start small and expand from there. Does that make sense? Family, friends, do not use them as interpret. Never, ever interpret for you. You getting what I'm saying? Deaf audience members? I'm telling you, interpreters do not interpret for your family. Why? Tell me why. What do you think? What's the reason for that? Interpreters? Anybody? Why do you think that is what you said? Why should you not interpret for family members? Emotionally involved. Yep, exactly right. Let's say, for example, your sister is in the doctor's office and they're saying something like, that absolutely is heartbreaking. You want me to tell her that? That's hard for an interpreter. That's hard to do. It's very difficult. Very emotionally involved. I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine interpreted, she was married to a deaf man. She went out of the country, They're from the, they were in the U.S. They had their passport. Got married. Went on a cruise. Left the country, no problem, got their passports stamped, went on their honeymoon, enjoyed their cruise, came back home to the U.S., got to customs, you have to go through customs when you return, and then got to the guard, let me see your passport, wife, go ahead, husband, let me see your passport, no, sorry, you stay. The wife was like, what? What do you mean he has to stay? He's my husband. Oh, well, what's going on? They just got married. Just got married. About a week ago. You're telling me my husband can't stay here with me? What's going on? We just got married. Is she able to interpret in that situation? Should she have been interpreting? No. Is she going to interpret everything they say? No, she didn't. She interpreted for her husband in that situation, but it was tough. She was afraid to upset her husband, so she might have omitted some of the information, some of the important information. She kind of glossed over it while she was interpreting for her deaf husband. He's from another country. She didn't want to scare him. So can you imagine? Do you see what I'm saying about not interpreting for family? The situation was resolved 3 or 4 hours later, but still, that interpreter learned her lesson. Never, ever again will she interpret for family. Imagine if you had to interpret something like that. It's really difficult, isn't it? The CPC, let me see if our videos are ready. Hold for 1 moment, please. We have a 5-minute break. Is that okay? 5 minutes? Let's do 10 minutes. Let's do 10 minutes. We'll make it a 10-minute break. Okay? Thank you. Cool off, get a drink of water. We'll be back at 2:40. Everybody's standing. Oh, she's a big fan of this. Are we ready? I know everybody's standing. Keep it up. That's good. You can fan me too if you want. Okay. Oh. His fault. He was distracting me. Oh, I'm listening. Okay. All right. We already talked a little bit about the CPC, Code of Professional Conduct, confidentiality. I have that here. I'll give this to Bonnie and perhaps you can make copies or put it online for you all to have access to it. But you can pull it up on the internet as well. I realize it doesn't exactly fit here. It talks, about being certified and whatnot. But perhaps someday you'll have that here as well. The CPC goes along with HIPAA. That's medical confidentiality. Doctors have to follow confidentiality as well, just as lawyers do. At the end of this, we're going to have questions. I have some questions that were given to me, and we're hopefully going to have time. And I see some of you have some questions already. Wow, that's great. I'm excited about that. There are different levels of certifications. We talked about qualifications, different terms. You can figure out how to work that here in Barbados. You have your pool of interpreters. You have to establish or figure out how to improve your situation, the lives of deaf people here and the lives of interpreters here as well. Currently, you don't have a CPC here, but as I said, Jamaica has one. I suggest you get in touch with David perhaps to see if there's some way that you can adapt that or maybe set something up here in Barbados and use it from now on. Work from the Code of Professional Conduct from the States or whatever you want to use as your guide. As I said, Bonnie has a copy. Get in touch with folks from Jamaica. David, I think, can work that out. And you can set something here, set up a team, a task force here in Barbados and see if you can get that going for your people here. As I said, don't use family or friends. I want to expand a little bit more about that family. Some people are confused about why can't we use family or friends? Friends, maybe okay, but like a really close friend, a best friend, BFF, no, don't use that. You can really damage your friendship. Regarding family, would you be willing to interpret mom's got cancer? Would you be willing to interpret that? Think about it. Would you be willing to interpret someone is about to die? My sister is terminal. A family member? Do you want to be in that situation? Leave that to a professional interpreter, another professional interpreter. If you are emotionally involved in that situation, how can you possibly do your best job in that kind of situation? Let the person talk to the doctor with the best situation possible. Let them have that obstacle removed. Now is the portion for our questions and answers. I think I was given 7 questions in advance. We'll go through those first, and I think there's some more in the audience today. The first one was, if a deaf person uses curse words, excuse me, I'm going to use some bad language. They say, okay, F or asshole or this or that. That was the word, what's this mean? Obscene, dirty, bad language, vulgar. That's what that word means. Do you have to interpret it if it goes against your conscience? Yes. Depends on the situation. Okay, somebody's asking something from the audience, but still, it depends. You still have to interpret it. If you are interpreting, you don't know, you must interpret all of this, and you have to relay that message. I've seen interpreters struggle with that, choking on it. Oh, they don't want to say those words. I've seen it. I've seen them struggle with it, and then get another interpreter, please, And they'll go out there and go, yeah, whatever, I'll give you all the vulgar, anything you want. Wow. That's a champ interpreter. Wow. I've seen it. I understand that you have to relay that information. Equal access. That's what equal access means. Some deaf, just let it all out, and it's the same with hearing people. Hearing people can lose their cool, and they can say what they want, right? Next one. I love this question. How? Look that a little bit? I don't know. Great, got it. Oh my goodness. That's an awesome question. How does one decide what a really good interpreter is? Voicing, deaf heart. Notice one deaf person may be comfortable with that interpreter, and then there's another interpreter and they don't feel, but they have deaf heart, but they're not quite comfortable with their communication style. Both are great interpreters, but we just kind of don't match. no, April, I flew to Atlanta and I went to a very unique kind of conference. Talked about deaf heart. It was really a good conference. I remember a long time ago when interpreters and deaf would socialize and enjoy each other, and there were really no boundaries. We wouldn't necessarily talk about work, but we talk about family, friends, and now it seems like there's this wall, kind of a separation or something. I don't know what it is. Times have changed. Something's happened. How do you decide what a great interpreter is? You have to determine what makes a great interpreter to you. To me, we talked about this the first day, and she said, Andrea said, why did you pick me to come? Why did you choose me to come here with you? And I thought, well, let's see. Let me tell you the reason why. I have many interpreters that I work with, many interpreters, and I examine them, I watch them, I analyze their interactions. Some interpreters in the U.S. are a little egotistical, some of them really into the money. We have other interpreters that are like, they want to help, they want to be there, they want to facilitate, they want to interact. There's a variety of different kinds of interpreters. When I work with Andrea, I believe she has deaf heart. I watch her. She flew from Atlanta to Florida to pick up work through agencies that I have an agency where she'll come to Orlando. Not charge me for that. I understand, she says, I'll stay with my parents, it's no problem, I'll stay with my family. I'll stay for 2 weeks, I'll stay for a month, and I'll say, wow, really? And she'll pick up work for me. I trust her when she voices for me. I'm comfortable with her. I watch her. I'm observing her. She doesn't look uncomfortable, she doesn't look nervous. She feels like, well, if you like my work, great. If you don't like my work, that's okay too. No problem. Wow, she's confident. That's a pretty good quality, I like that. She doesn't look awkward. So when I watch her, I feel comfortable with her. I've seen a lot of really great interpreters, but when I watch them, I kind of feel like something's just not right for me. Great interpreters, nothing wrong with them, but they're just not right for me. So each one of you has to decide what's important to you, what makes a really great interpreter for you. Interpreters work very hard. They're facilitating this information back and forth between the hearing and the deaf person. To work that out, the language, the match, the personality, all of these things come into play. Everything's involved. Does that make sense? Here's a good question. Experienced interpreters who are struggling with finger spelling and numbers. Well, let me tell you. Can I tell you something? Deaf do too. That's the truth. Deaf struggle as well, right? Am I right? Yes. See? We agree. Deaf do the same problem. They have the same problem. They struggle with numbers and finger spelling too. Wait a minute. What was that? Wait. What did you just say? Whoa. Okay. Reinhard last night, he spelled something and I was like, what? If Lionel wasn't there, forget it. I would have missed it. He helped me. He fed me. Then later I figured out I thought I knew what that was. Darn it. Okay. But I just missed it. So we all struggle. We all struggle with that. It just takes a lot of practice. And it's your receptive skills. Just ask the person, slow down. Can you spell it again? Slow down when your fingers spell. Some, I know, I'm serious, we sign fast. I know we do. We get excited and we're all over the place. Wait a minute. Whoa, what was that? Our name, we spell it real fast. And I say, what was your name again? Oh, got it? A. Got it. Okay, L. No, come on, L. There you go. I. Got it. A. Okay. Now, what about that? know, spell fast. You don't have to read every letter. Sometimes you try and just, figure out the word. Numbers are worse. I know they're a little bit harder. 6, 9, F, 6W. Wait, what was that? What? A little confusing. Is that a 2 or a V? Is that a 2 or, wait, 2 or V? 6W? All right. We're fast. We're fast. We get excited. Comment or question back here? I remember one deaf woman who was visiting our group, and there was one lady who was finger spelling incredibly fast, and we were like, "Oh, I don't understand what you mean. That's too fast. You can't spell slowly." And we asked the person, and they spelled it fast again. And then we said, oh, it was so fast. And their body movements, that was just all over the place. And we were the deaf, were like, what? That. Yeah, their signing was just off the charts fast. It was unbelievable. We deaf enjoy our hands. We have stories to tell you. We're going to use our hands. We're going to be out there. We're going to be all over the place in our hands and feet and legs, and everything's going to be going, right? We like to put our whole body into it. We want you to figure it out. Come on, we're in the movement. Come on, figure it out. But really, I know it's tough. We know. We understand that. It's the same for us. We face the same thing. What? Wait. You're deaf. Come on. I know I'm deaf, but still I'm trying to follow you. What are you doing there? You're not alone in that. We all struggle with that. How do sign language interpreters strengthen their ethical code with practice? Understand, you have to do a lot of research studying on ethics. Many ethical situations that you can look at. You can buy books on ethical situations and interpreting. Talk with people. How do you feel about this? Somebody asked me about a situation or a scenario about this particular conflict. What would you use? What's the right application of the code of ethic or code of professional conduct? Use your gut. What do? You have to kind of figure that out. It's not easy because some lines are, some people find it a little bit more difficult than others. They feel it's a simple yes/no answer, and other people feel it's more of a blurry line. So you have to figure that one out. Ethics, drawing the line in a situation can be a little sticky sometimes, but it depends on what the situation is. It doesn't happen all the time, but legal, mental health, I caution you to be extremely careful. Family members, there are various situations where you want to use extra care in these situations. There's a question. I think we talked about this already. What's the difference between someone who is qualified and someone who is certified? We talked about that. Certification is a person who has been trained, has gone to workshops, has gone to conferences, is continuing their education, took the test, became certified. Perhaps they went through the college ITP, they have a degree, they took the test, the performance test, the written test, and so on. A qualified interpreter is a person who signs. Does that mean they really can interpret? Maybe, yes. Some can. Some. But are they really a professional interpreter for a serious situation? I don't know about that. It really depends on their skill level. I saved this for the end of the discussion because this one has to be understood because it's impossible to do this all alone, this kind of assignment. She would be incredibly wiped out. She'd be jumping in the pool right now. She's ready. honestly, I am too. Really just know people. Voicing all day long nonstop, signing all day long nonstop, it's not, you know, could you handle that yourself? Imagine, without any help at all? You think you could do that? By yourself? 6 hours by yourself? Ooh. Every day, 6 hours straight, by yourself. So your hands, your brain, everything is worn out, right? Shoulders, you're exhausted. Your neck, your wrists. I'll tell you what, you could have injury in the future. I know some interpreters who've had surgery already on both wrists. Surgery on their neck in the US. For a continuous, I've seen it. Not all, some of them know, some, but they get carpal tunnel, or they get other issues. They never let their hands rest, their wrists rest. They have to rest, they have to have downtime. You can't do that nonstop, 6 hours indefinitely. 6 hours a day. The muscles need rest, your eyes need rest. 5 years you've been doing it, wow. 3 years. You too, you need to have 2 interpreters. If it's lecture, especially, non-stop talking, should be 2 interpreters. I'm telling you. I'll give you a link on how that works. I'll give you some information. 6 hours every day. Maybe she has healthy wrists, I don't know, good for you, but I would refuse that. 6 hours by myself for straight lecture all day long, I wouldn't do it. Our US interpreters wouldn't do it. If you're taking turns, if there are breaks during the day, it's a school situation, it's not nonstop, you're interpreting, you get some downtime, interpret a little bit more. But if it's truly nonstop, no, it's impossible. It's not good. Do not do it. I wouldn't do it. It will damage your hands, it'll brain, the eyes, everything. So if you go home and you have nothing left, she said, I'm exhausted, I'm drained. That's what she said. It's hard work, interpreting. The receptive part. I've interpreted for deafblind. And I'll tell you, my eyes, I truly feel the strain. You're trying to watch receptive and after 4 or 5 hours, you start to lose it. Everything begins to hurt. It's not easy. Team of 2. Or continuous. 30 minutes, continuous on your own, you can do that. But again, it depends on the subject too. If it's highly technical, if it's very deep medical, we'll usually take turns because of the terminology. If it's pretty basic and simple, like, something like this, it's not as difficult. We had a pre-conference discussion and we know how it's going to work out, but normally it would be 2 interpreters teaming. Very, very, very important. Please. Remember, we are here, wherever you are, Jamaica, US, wherever, we are all here in this together, to work together, to cooperate. We want to work together. No arguing. Let's all put our ideas in there and figure out how to improve things here at Barbados. What can we do to improve the interpreter's life? What can we do to improve the lives of deaf people so that they can be successful at work, at school, whatever? The interpreters are willing, the deaf want it. Let's get together and work this out. What do you think? Start small and then take those steps. Have patience and it will happen. We've learned about ethics, we've learned about the CPC. I will give you, I'll be able to provide you the links for more information. I can give it to Bonnie, I can give it to BCD, and they can distribute it to everyone. We'd be happy to share all that information. You can find me on Facebook. Bottom there. You can follow me on Facebook. Find me on Facebook. I encourage you. I love educating. I love posting pictures of this trip. I've been really enjoying myself. My driving experience, my Barbados experience, meeting people, it's been awesome, and I've been posting it all the while. And this way I have a nice memory. My reflections of the day, I've been posting it as well. I'll be posting that today. I'll do it tonight on Facebook on the way. But this is to help you to expand your knowledge. I didn't come here to tell you what to do. I came here with the goal of helping you, hopefully to learn some things, how to move forward, how to improve your life, the life of deaf people, and how to work together and how to allow them to be successful and improve their life. I know we have a few other questions. Are you comfortable coming up here? Come on up. We'll just start.
The first question relates to the school for deaf kids in the United States. Here in Barbados, when a young child enters school, they're taught English. And they're taught correct English. They're taught grammar, vocabulary, and what we call the Queen's English. What happens when a deaf child enters the school in the United States? That's one question. I have a number of this, but let's get that one first. We'll all take it together. Let's get that one first.
Children in the U.S. are taught, just like hearing kids, same time, regular English, regular noun, same. Not proper, not the Queen's English. That's what you have. I love your proper Queen's English. I do. But we're just taught regular English, regular math, history, etc. The regular classes, math, English, history. Some are taken out to a separate classroom, self-contained it's called, with a special teacher because they might be lower functioning or they need some special educational help to understand English. They need a little extra tutoring to improve their English skills or their math skills or what have you. That will help them to excel, and then they can come back into the mainstream classrooms with the other children.
Hold up. How are they taught ESL?
Well, in the schools, I'll tell you, they taught English in class. Interesting question. They have their English book, they have their information. The interpreter is really signing between English and ASL. They're the language model. It may not fully be ASL in school setting. They have to follow certain protocol in the school, whatever the school's rules may be, but I'll tell you when the kids get out of school, or they're with their friends, you'll see more ASL. It's third class, it's usually more of a contact signing. They answer, they'll probably answer in ASL, but they're not taught their own language. That's
So they be taught the principles of ASL. For example, the interpreters, the person who is going to be interpreting for a deaf child or deaf person would have to learn the principles of ASL, classifiers, non-manuals, these things that constitute the language, so that when they are interpreting for a deaf person, they're all on the same page. So are the deaf kids also taught the same principles of ASL?
No.
So how does that work then? How does
I was thinking maybe it's the same principle when you hear children when they're home, their mother and father talking and they learn English from what their mother and father say. I guess it's the same principle when they go to school.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Our voice was mistaken.
Well, I was thinking,
I was thinking that
it's like
maybe
when
it's the
hearing
same,
children are home,
when hearing children
their
at
mother and
home,
father, they're talking,
they're talking to their parents.
and they learn their language from their mother and father. I guess for deaf children it's a little different. They have to wait till they go to school,
When they go to school,
and then they pick up
and
the
then pick up
language,
the language,
and then
ESL,
they progress
and then
from there.
progress from there. Emily is saying, ASL is not taught to children. We tend to just pick it up. We are very creative. Deaf brain is creative. We're animated. We're very, as I said, very creative. And you saw me. I mean, I'm out here and I'm, kind of, I'm all over the place. Let's go. Let's get ready. I'm all over. I'm animated. And now I talk to you and I'm more serious and more reserved. Well, that's kind of might be a little boring. Kids are creative, and you guys are taught the non-manual markers, you're taught classifiers, because we need to learn a language to fit in with the deaf and the deaf children, so that they can understand you, the expressions. We can't hear you, so we can't hear voice intonation. The expressions help us figure out the voice, the body language. You have to match that. You've been taught those things. We haven't been taught that. We kind of just do it naturally. We know what it means. We see each other and we figure it out. Do you know how to translate that? I mean, there are many ways to interpret this, right? I mean, I didn't sign anything. I can think of 5 different ways to interpret that, but you have to figure out which one is the right way and how you, your receptive skill picks that up and the expression and what it means. You've been taught those things. You've been trained. We kind of just figure it out.
okay? There's the challenge then of the interpreter, like last night we saw Reinhardt, and he was making a very, very emphatic point to the police officers. It's very important. But the interpreters struggled. Almost all the interpreters struggled with what he was saying. What came to mind when I saw that was a few years ago, there was a professor that came from, I think his name was Wayne, I forgot what his last name was. Wayne. Right now we know him, he knows his sign name. Right. He said that if it was his decision to make, he would ensure that all the deaf kids be taught their language first. And that most of the teachers would be deaf. And that English would be taught as a foreign language, rather than the English being taught as the first language in the school. English would be taught as a second language for the deaf. What's your take on that?
I agree with that.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Right.
I agree. Let me just interject here.
Like any language, the the deaf should be taught ASL. Why do I say that? It's our first language. We know the language. Oh, I'm sorry. Interpreter error.
I said the deaf should be taught, you're saying the deaf should teach.
The deaf should teach ASL. The deaf should teach ASL. It's our native language. It should be a deaf person teaching ASL. Why do I say that? It's because it's our first language. We're the ones who understand the facial expressions, the body language, all of that. We can relay that. We can feed them. We can teach them how to be great interpreters. Now, children need to be taught. Now, let me just say, teaching deaf children, it would be nice to have a deaf teacher. Yeah, it'd be awesome to have a deaf teacher teaching deaf children. There aren't many out there, unfortunately. Just like the US, there's not many out there. Deaf teachers, teaching deaf, ASL, English, math, everything. It's really fabulous. You see how those deaf children benefit from that. They really do. I've seen it. I've seen them just really succeed. Hearing teachers, just a regular teacher, let's say, for example. It's not a bad thing. I'm not criticizing, having a regular teacher, a hearing teacher, but they just don't understand how to make that connection as easily with a deaf child in the same way, deaf to deaf. Or if it's one deaf child or a whole class of hearing people,
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes. The other question I have is, again, related to the challenge that interpreters have in interpreting for deaf individuals who don't have a formal sign language, who learn maybe home signs and bits of signs that they gather from their friends at school. But then they get placed in a situation where they deal with a medical situation or a legal situation or a situation that requires structure. And then it can become a challenge for the interpreter to correctly transfer that information from the legal professional or medical professional to the deaf person who does not have a formal sign language. What's the best way for interpreters to cope with that?
find the best deaf interpreter or the deaf person who can be your team interpreter. You saw that, right? I'm a deaf interpreter. I'm an interpreter myself. I've interpreted for home signs. We have deaf eyes, and we can figure out things. We watch the body language, we watch all the nuances, and we have the ability to figure that out. And we can really watch a variety of language modes. We know how to modify the language. We can be creative. We can do things in many ways. Hearing interpreters, they'll sign, but they're struggling with different levels. Not all, but most. But a deaf person with another deaf person, they're trying to watch every nuance. They're not hearing anything, but they're watching everything. We see everything. Bring in a deaf person. That's my advice.
That was the question I was going to ask. Would it be useful to bring in another deaf person? Because I've seen before where, like I know, we're having a conversation, it might be another deaf person, and I'm struggling to understand what that person is saying. And I know when Daryl interprets what a person is saying for me, and then I get it. So if you have one of those situations where there is structure is required, you talk to a legal professional or a medical professional, would it be useful to bring along another deaf person who might be able to understand both languages? The language of the person who's doing mainly the home sign, and then you, the interpreter, will have to interpret the information back.
Yes,
sometimes it depends on the situation. Yes, I would say yes. Depends on how serious the situation is, like you said, if you need to facilitate that communication. Sometimes we can't catch everything, but if you had another person who's really skilled, like Reinhardt, he would catch everything. He'd be a great deaf interpreter. Awesome ASL. He would probably be a good person to bring in to try and help with that. And they would understand each other very well. Find the right person, though. You have to find the right person to become a good deaf ally, helper.
Thank you. The other question I have relates to. Just one more question. This last question. This is on behalf of the rest of the islands. Last question. I have the opportunity to work with deaf in the other islands, St. Kitts, Dominica, and so on. They do not have the same situation that we have in the United States, or even to some extent in Barbados. Most of the people, the pool of interpreters that are in those islands are very few, and they're usually either friends or the family of the deaf. The CPC is based on law, which is understandable. So, question I'm asking is, should a deaf person, even here in Barbados, feel comfortable, even though the CPC says no, to ask a family member or a friend, because the pool is so small of interpreters, to help for them in a situation where interpreting is required?
You just have to be really careful to make sure that there is not a conflict happening. I mean, we've had interpreters, can you go, yeah, okay, I can. You have to just make sure that there's no real conflict and that it's fair to everyone. Other questions?
What adaptations have been made? What adaptations have been made in the United States to accommodate deaf students within the inclusive setting?
You mean mainstream, right?
Yeah, mainstream.
If a deaf student is struggling with something, they're provided with maybe extended test taking time. Maybe it's a 1 hour limit for the time. They'll give them extra time, 2 hours or 3 hours. They'll give them an opportunity to take a little longer. Plus they'll provide an interpreter for the test. Understanding, they're not giving them the answers, they're just interpreting the question for the child from English to ASL. The test is in English, they're not understanding it very clearly, they're signing it, the interpreter signs it into ASL for them, they can answer the question themselves. Okay? That's one of them. We have special tests that have been established, not a lot, but a few places, some schools have special tests where they, when they go over the IEP, individual education plan, that's used in the U.S. for deaf or deafblind or any disabled student. If they're struggling with something, they'll set up the IEP and they'll put down their goals or what they're going to do with that student. That becomes legal, and then every 6 months they have to revisit that. The parents meet with the principal, the teacher, and they discuss the next steps and how the student is progressing, whether it be math, English, whatever, or all of the above, whatever they're struggling with. They'll say, do you need any more services? Do you need different interpreting services? Do you need a counselor? Do you need a tutor? Whatever you need to improve. This is part of the law. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Do you have access to the special test that you're speaking of?
No, I do not.
Is it available to the general public?
No, we can't because it's proprietary. The perception is that you're sharing something that could be cheating, and so they keep it within the school. Yeah, it's confidential. They have, I can get information on IEP plans and how that's set up, with the questions and whatnot, but real specifics as far as the tests itself, I can ask a friend about it, or what does it look like as an example, maybe? Yeah, I could probably do that. I have a very good friend who works with the school system. Maybe I can get a sample for you, or something like that.
You were speaking about when the interpreter was in the exam room and the interpreter converts the standard English to ASL. And the student answering the test now, answering the question, is there a preferred way to answer ASL or standard English, or
They should follow what's on the paper.
so you should answer in standard English?
Yes.
But if the child answered the ASL, is that acceptable? So we're penalized for ASL here. It's not accepted anyway.
For example, if you have ABCD question, and they interpret the question, and there's an ABCD choice, for example. That's it. Multiple choice, you pick A, B, C, or D. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah. But if there's a question and you have to write sentences or a paragraph, and they're writing that out, there's an exception. They know that's a deaf child. They won't penalize them. They understand. They want to see if there's in the U.S. we have a special certificate that we can give them, similar to the
Yes.
special certificate. What do you call it? RCSC. Oh, CSC. CSC. Sorry, CXC. CXC, similar to your CXC, but it's called a special certificate.
So what can we do here now to have ASL qualified or accepted as an official language for the examining one?
Some schools are very strict about it. They will grade ASL. Some schools will look at the content and accept it, okay? If you want to have that here in Barbados, you would have to figure out how, that's a process. And you'll fight, you'll have to fight to do that here. We've had discussions with a friend of mine in college who is a lot of knowledge about schools and how the tests work and how these, their policies. And so I'll have to get in touch with him. He's from another state. I'll see him soon. And maybe I'll write myself a note and try and get some answers to these questions for you. Because each state is different, each school is different. And it just depends on how it's set up. So, hard to answer that one. More questions? Simple questions, simple. What does deaf part mean? Hold on one second. Somebody asked, what does deaf part mean? Deaf part, wow. I wish I brought that deaf part picture. Anyway, it was really cool. There's a whole list of things that, I mean, a really big list. It's on my Facebook, actually. You can see it. Connection, understanding each other, working together. It's a big list. What we're doing is we're reposting. I'll repost the deaf part information on my Facebook page. It's actually a picture, a drawing, and I think it really emphasizes what we think it means. Working together, cooperating. There's a lot involved, but everybody may have a different take on what deaf part means. You're feeling maybe one thing, my feeling maybe another, but I saw this really great graphic and I thought for me, that's what worked. Thanks for asking. That's his name on it, yes.
Yeah, I know it's been said that a deaf person can do anything. They're just deaf. That's the only thing. And I mentioned to someone that they could become doctors. And the question was asked, how can a deaf person be a doctor? So I'm just curious, well, you mentioned there are deaf doctors. How does that actually work? They're going to answer.
My hands are getting sweaty. Oh, okay. Deaf people can do anything, yes, that's right. How can they become a doctor? He has a lot of deaf patients. That's one thing. Very, very popular. He's in the Rochester, New York area, and there's a huge deaf population there, and he's got a lot of deaf patients. Huge, huge deaf group up there. But he is an interpreter. Office people sign as well. So, you have the ability. I'm deaf. I own a business. How can I do that? How do I work on the phone? How do I talk to people? I interact. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I use video phone a lot. I use my video phone a lot. I use my interpreters. We have technology in the US. We have all kinds of stuff that, you know, I have the ability to run a business. So, interpreters with me when I need. I write when I need to. We have a special, we find ways, we make ways to communicate with other people. Doctors, lawyers. I have a very good friend who's a lawyer and he's deaf. He works for the Department of Defense. He's deaf. A deaf lawyer. How does he work? They provide an interpreter for him. And he gets along, no problem. Some people are like, oh, leaving, okay, I'm sorry. You have a question?
I was
sometimes we know that ASL is a picture language, right? And sometimes as interpreters we may use pictures to convey the point to the deaf because we think that it's going to be simpler for them to understand it rather than wholesale of words. Is that offensive to the deaf? Do they prefer us to use plain ASL or a picture's okay?
Ask your audience, and let's see what they say. Watch. Take a look. What do they say? Come up here. I'm asking the audience, the deaf in the audience, the deaf Barbados. Do you feel offended if they want to show you a picture? Or does it have to be ASL only? Tell us how you feel, be honest. If she's interpreting ASL, okay, where's ASL? Do you prefer, like, if someone wants to draw a picture and show it to you, would that offend you? This, so I can help explain, show you something in a picture, or does it have to only be ASL? Both. Both is okay. Both is okay. You say both? Okay. Oh, there you go. I guess it depends on the person, what they're comfortable with. And one moment. It's just like, I just want to say, it's in the US, same thing. I think they'd say the same thing. Okay, I want to thank everyone for having me here. I enjoyed it so much. I'm sorry it's so hot. I know it's been uncomfortable, but I hope you've learned something here today. Here's my contact information on Facebook. Please find me on Facebook. I will respond, not tonight. Tonight I'll be in the pool, but I'll respond another time. I'll be swimming tonight. Or maybe the beach. But, yes, I know, it's very, very hot. There it is. That way, right there. Okay. But thank you so much again for having me here. I think they have one final thing they want to share, and then
I hope you learned quite a bit today. And we all coordinate together. So, now what we're going to do, David is going to say thank you to all of you for being here. Please watch David.
Afternoon all. We are all very tired. Very good. Have an entire list of names of guests that we had early in the morning to thank. Unfortunately, they're not here. But nonetheless, we still take the opportunity to say thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Lionel Smith in his role as president of the New Life Club and representatives of the Barbados Council for the Disabled. Also, our distinguished guests, the interpreters, some of whom came from other islands on their own expense, and also our dear friends, the deaf. We thank you for being here. I have the privilege of representing the New Life Deaf Club. I don't know how I got that privilege. To tell you all, to tell Malia, first of all, thank you very much for being here. It's easy, I'm not paying attention. Well, thank you for taking the time to come here. First, in your role as a deaf person, helping us to understand your unique challenges interacting with our world, the hearing world, and how to help us to understand, to be better at facilitating your communication between those two worlds, and unifying those two worlds. And secondly, your role as a professional, as an interpreter, we thank you for opening our eyes to the challenges that we may not have faced as yet in Barbados, and enlightening us to see where we can aim for as a community within the deaf community as interpreters. We'd also like to acknowledge Andrea and thank her for coming with Malia. I don't think she's realized how valuable she has been also as a role as an interpreter, as a model for those of us who are aiming to progress as interpreter, to watch our professionalism and still a little to learn a bit. So we thank you to Andrea for taking the opportunity to come. We'd also like to acknowledge those persons and organizations who made the activities for this week possible. Most notably the U.S. government and the people of the U.S. through the U.S. Embassy here in Barbados. We'd like to thank them for their support. The general manager and staff of Ruby Soul Films were very appreciative of their hospitality. Having Andrea and Malia here and also hosting us for today for meals and tidying up after, so we thank you very much. Also, Icon Studios for their work in recording this event and hopefully it will not be the last time that we have such an event and hopefully it won't be the last time we will work with you to help us. We'd also like to thank Courtesy Garage Limited, who was also very excited to partner with us, to assist us to providing transportation for Malia and Andrew. We would like to thank them for that. We thank two of the administrative staff at the Barbados Council for the Disabled. We thank you all for the work that went into it. It must not have been easy trying to plan, to host, and arrange for all the expenses and all the arrangements to have us here today and Malia and Andrea in the country for the week. I just threw this in and would like to just pretty much tease a dear friend of mine who we've seen running around a bit, and that's Felicia. I'd like to also thank her for, she gets a bit excited and worried at times, we all know, but she really is aiming for helping in that community, and I'd like to thank her for her efforts. And last but not least, I'd like to thank the deaf community in Barbados for allowing us to be in your world. We're hearing people normally, you know, there are challenges between the two worlds, and we'd like to thank you for allowing us to learn from you and to grow with you, to learn what your needs are. And finally, to welcome Malia and Andrea back to Barbados. They're on their vacation, and they can drag some more help for Barbados back here. And we need the connections with other developed societies to help the deaf to truly progress. And it's only through interaction and learning from each other, or mistakes, or successes, we will get to not make the same mistakes that we may have made. So we thank you all and thank you for being here. Bye.
David and Andrea, thank you so much. Now we've been here all day. I'm so sad we are finished. I'm so thrilled. Now we have learned how we can work together, work with the interpreters, and get to work on coordinating with each other to improve here in Barbados. Thank you. The president of the Deaf Club of Barbados is here. Louis Loungeman.
Hi, I'm the president. And I want to thank Felicia for making all of this happen. Now I'm going to call your names, and when I call your name, you can come and get your certificate. This is for all the participants in the workshop today. Know your interpreters, know your rights workshop. Now, it was a wonderful day. I'm sure you enjoyed all the interaction. I want to thank all of you for coming. So when I call your name now, you can come and get it, and then you may not have known some of the names, but I'm gonna ask Mali and myself to take turns in handing them out. First person, I'm gonna pick on her a lot, but I'm happy to work with you. And also, Andrea and Malia, they gave me a new sign name. That's my new sign name, Jason Easy. That's my sign name from now on. Why did I do that? Why did you give him that name? You're driving around the first day you're right here. And this is totally different from the US. But he was doing everything so easy. And in America, it's totally different. Couldn't handle it, but it was really easy for him. So I gave him that name. J. Easy. And I remember last night, two of them were signing that, and all the other deaf were saying, what's that? What's that? You don't know that name. That's me. That's me, okay? So now you understand the explanation. Okay, now I'm going to call the names, and you can come up and get your certificate. Sophia Trotman, right? Thomas, right? Armenia. Are you going to applaud? Okay. This is Sophia. Rosalind. Rosalind. Heather Corp, she left. David. David. Raphael. You know, you can really tell the difference in the groups. You know, the hearing people are applauding one way and deaf people are applauding another way. Real strong handshake there. I'm really sweaty. Is that okay? Okay. Chanel. Really special coming up here. Look at her walk. 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 Sue Lynn. This is like a graduation. Everybody's coming up with this wonderful smile on their faces. Anthony. Anthony. K-A-R-L-E-N-E. Carly. there too are signees. Raphael is here, Radcliffe is there. Jamil? Wayne Eichel. Kenzia? Did I say it right? She's from Dominica. Shelly? That's her slang name, Shelly. Like, apple. She eat apple. Now, I'm going to ask the deaf to come up. Peterson Moore. Peterson Moore, Peterson Moore, Peterson Moore. Colbert Ashley. Where are you from, Colbert? Thank you very much. Carisha? Cujo? She's from Trinidad? Daryl, I'm sorry. Daryl Jacob from Trinidad as well. Dario from Barbados. Joyanne Mears. That's how we sign this Joyanne's name. Is that right? That's how we have signed it. Joyanne. Joyanne. Sharon Newsom. Waverly Reed Davis. That's Reinhardt we spoke about today, that's his wife. This is his wife. Wow, what passionate ASL, it was beautiful. Bye-bye. Tracy Walker. LaSanta Nablet. Kimberly Puckering from Star Trek. You see this dress? Does it even look like that? Halcyon. Anthony Marshall. Angelico. That's her sign name, right? That's her sign name? Yes. Perfect. The reason why I want to make sure that they're signed, the sign is because sometimes we've had one sign name for a long time, and sometimes, you know, we get a switch on the change, so I'm asking if this is acceptable the one that's used right now. Okay, Abdul. Felicia Gaskin. She was the one who coordinated this successful week for IWD. And now,
part where she was heavy water. Now she's eating.
That's Jeff Blanken.
Wow.
Okay.
Trouble.
Okay. But you have to go for it.
That's it.
Okay. I met her when she was a little chunky and now she's really beautiful in the game.
That time before we were married, oh, well, she was married.
that's oysters. For those that didn't understand, oysters. Oysters, KFC, 7 o'clock